Hey, welcome. It's stream 140. I'm starting a bit early today because, I don't know, nothing else to do other than to work, right? Let me give a little standard intro in case you're seeing this on YouTube or you're happen to come in here and you're like, never been here before, or like, what the heck is this guy doing? Okay, yeah. I'm just testing the stream element stuff. Anyway, the project I'm working on is a multiplayer game, and that link there brings you to this page that describes more about it. But I haven't really finished setting up the server backend for it, so I'm not really in the game dev mode yet, which is why I don't put game dev tag on my stream or anything. But if you're interested in what I will be doing with the game, all the ideas so far are here. And because it's a multiplayer game, I have a lot of work to do on the server end before I can actually do game dev. So, well, how best to describe it? You'll be playing the game in your web browser or on your mobile phone, I guess. Although I'm thinking more and more these days, probably it's going to be a browser-based game because I'm going to need a mouse and keyboard probably. But anyway, you'll be playing it from your end, and the game will actually be run on servers in the cloud. Game clients will connect to the servers through network connections, specifically using WebSockets. And so the cluster of servers has to be managed. And there are lots of things I haven't finished yet there. I've been kind of keeping track of it here in my Trello. So let me just run through quickly the checklist of things to get this up onto the cloud. So I mostly finished moderation tools of the game. Moderation tools are to manage users if they misbehave or they pick bad words for their names, that kind of thing. Or if they get stuck in the game and they need help. I almost finished with that. I'll check that off as soon as I get some last minute things done. And then this week I've been working on the email system. So if you forget your password, or if I decide to require account verification, which I probably will, then this game server is going to need to be able to send email to you. And I got that sort of working yesterday, although it only works if everything passes. Hey there, Dry's Jazz. How's it going? I need to finish some of the denial of service mitigation, so like banning by IP or by email address or whatnot if there's too much pen testing done on the servers, of course. And then some legal stuff I've been looking into. I'm probably not going to use a EULA, but instead use a term of service. And need to make a privacy policy. And this is GDPR stuff, so mechanisms for players to request or delete their personal info. And then some technical stuff to wrap up before I put a basic platform online on which I'll be building a game. So right now I'm in phase 1, trying to get the basic, all the prerequisites done to make the platform. And then once this is all done, I'll move to phase 2, where I'm actually doing game dev. And the goal is to make it so that anyone watching the stream, or not, to be able to log into the game at any time and watch as the game gets created. You got everything working? Yeah, I got the emails working. We're going to be polishing up today, but I'll show you what I have. So yeah, my target is to get all these things done by the end of March, but we'll see. That's only 2 weeks away. We'll see. I've been slipping. Original goal was February 1st, and slipped to March. Now it's slipping to April. And these things happen. Okay, so yesterday I was making a little program called Newman, named after the Seinfeld character, and the code is all messy. I need to clean it up. That's one of the things I'm just going to do today. But given a test email, which I put here, where we kind of embed the things that the protocol needs, and then Newman takes these, strips them out, and uses them to connect to the mail server and sends the rest of the email headers and body. And I had this set up to go to a little test SMTP server on my computer. Yeah, hey there, playing Skizzers. I am up early. I'm like, I'm up. I might as well do some work. Let me clear out the old emails. And let's, yeah, okay. So watch what happens now. Wahaha. I can say build Newman Newman, use the test email, and then we have to tell it to use the test mail certificate. But it works. It connects to the server. It prepares to send, which is the authentication stuff, which I'm going to fold into the connection stuff. And then it sends the email, and it says, okay, we sent it, exit. And then if I check my mail, there it is. I can look at the contents and see that the original stuff, including the password, which we definitely want to strip out, is stripped. And the mail server adds a few extra things, and then I think Firefox is adding even more things. But the original message is there, so looking good. But hunting some obscure bugs in PHP's core with the JSON lib you're writing. Bugs in the core, well, that's impressive. I don't like debugging the frameworks, so I have respect for anyone who's willing to do that. Well, the bugs have been fixed, so you just need to find the reports. Okay. Hunting obscure bug reports. Okay. All right, so things I'm going to do today, and anyone can should feel free to stop and ask me questions if you have anything. Hey there, vasoactive intestinal polypeptide. Wow, that took some thought and maybe looking up of words to find that one. I don't even know what that even means. Sounds like some kind of molecular amino acid or something. How's it going, Game Fairy? How was your Thursdays? Guys, gals, robots? That was a mouthful challenge. Yes, it was. Okay, what am I working on today? So yesterday, actually, let me start off on Monday. On Monday, I kicked off this little effort to send email. And I got a lot of people saying, what the hell are you doing? There's like already libraries to do that. But then I got to remind people, I'm strange in that my stream is all about doing stuff from scratch if I can. Because I like to learn the nuts and bolts of things and how things work at the inner core. And what better way than to go to the standards documents and read them and then try to implement them. So I implemented SASL, which is the way we authenticate with mail servers. And I did 3 different authentication mechanisms, 2 that were amazingly simple, and 1 that was a lot more difficult, which used hash functions and all sorts of fun things. I didn't get to the SMTP on Monday, so I did that on Tuesday. I implemented the basic stuff, and then I, again, was overreaching. I thought I would integrate it, but I didn't, so that was, well, yesterday, Wednesday. I integrated SMTP with SASL, made Newman, barely got it to work, but there were some bugs to fix. So I'm mostly working on fixing those bugs today, and that's why I'm calling it polishing up. So it's fixing bugs and refactoring today. Taking you forever to make unit tests for those 79 lines of code. Your goal should be 79 lines of test. So if it's taking you forever, then uh-oh. Feels bad, man. Thursday was full of doing nothing. 1 call and nothing broken, so you've been procrastinating. I thoroughly approve of procrastination. Well, maybe not, but that's what I do. I procrastinate as well. PHP's implementation of JSON parser breaks the JSON RFC with the default behavior. So does mine. Do you know about the bug that I have in my JSON? Well, it's not parser. It's the generator. I did not know this, but if you use printf, well, my printf goes to ultimately VSN printf. Apparently, that is sensitive to your locale. So if you're in one of those countries where instead of 1.23, you get 1.23, it'll actually generate that, and then when it comes back to parse, it's like, that's not a float. That's got a comma in it. So I have a bug now, and I didn't know that. Learn something new every day. You need to trigger JSON encoding, decoding errors to see how your library handles these errors. Oh, so you need like a test suite, possibly different JSON values that are bad. Where would you ever find that kind of thing? Bad numbers, for example. Anyway. If you find any like really, really tricky bad cases, let me know, because I'll put it into my test suite and make sure my code handles it correctly. So yeah, let's go back to my code. Oh, we don't have my code up yet. Right, so there there's a big problem right now where I can demonstrate this, where this is sort of a weird way to put it in English. There's no future for authentication completion. The no future is referring to C++ future. So there's no promise/future for knowing when the authentication phase is completed. So I was thinking I'll just build it into the connect process. How does your parser handle decode /UD834? I don't know. Let me see. Why not? That would be a string. Okay, you have it as a string. So let me go to the string test. Hey there, bug found. We're doing a little, what do you call it? Side discussion here about JSON. I had something in here about strings. So that's a good string, right? Would I put it in here? Actually, we can just do this. So what do we expect it to be? The Unicode of D834? What is that? Is that even valid? Let's go to a JSON encoder online to see what it actually does. Okay, so D834. Oh, that's dumb. Okay, that one's stupid. Okay, no, I want one that can encode. Ah, that's not. What? Oh, that's the link to today. I grab it from your message here. Now I'll put it in my clipboard. Encode, please. That's not what it's supposed to do, right? Okay, what does JSON.org say? Click the link you posted for more detail. Okay, hold on a sec. Any Unicode character or control character, and a control character could be a U with 4 hexadecimal digits. Okay, so I just want to see which code point that is. So if it's in hex and it's D834, we're talking. Oh, right, it's U plus D834. What is that character? It's a surrogate character. Yeah, aren't those not allowed? No, that is allowed. It's just okay. Let's look at the link. What should it be? Should give null because it's invalid. Is it invalid? Technically, isn't that just U plus D834, which is a high surrogate? So that the code point exists. It starts some party, gets boozed, and offers this result. Okay, let's see what I get. How do I best want to do this? It should. You know what my code should do is encode that in UTF-8. So what I want to do is to do a UTF-8 encoder online. Okay, how do I get it into the clipboard? I'm not sure how to do this right. It like wants me to actually put it in there. Whatever. Let's just see what it does. Let me just put it up here. const auto thingy equals I'm slow this morning. This is what happens when you start when you wake up and start working too quickly. All right, so no, it's JSON from encoding, right? So really it goes here. I'm so out of it today. Okay, and then we have to put in more quotes inside, right? There we go. Yeah, let's see what, and that needs to be escaped as well. All right, let's just see what it is. And does your report say what you should get back out? Anyway. Oh, I shouldn't do that while it's building. Shoot. Might as well get this first build of the day out of the way. That takes like 35 seconds. Okay, now. To C string. Okay. I get a string back out. What is it? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Thingy. Empty string? I get empty string. That's what I get. That's probably not valid. Well, why would I get empty string? Let's step into it and see. Hey there, Nui. I'm taking a little side trip here to see what my JSON decoder does compared to the one playing with Skizzers is debugging in PHP. Okay, so it decodes. Right, that should be fine. It decodes. So the code points are 9 code points. So it's quote, it's double quote, \u, 4 hex digits, then double quote. That's fine. Then it should see that it's double quotes. Right, then it goes into decode string. Okay, here we go. So here's my brutal state machine for decoding strings. So it first sees a \, so it goes to state 1. Then it sees a U, so it goes to state 2. What's hex digits original? I don't remember what that's for. So then it's pushing back 4 hex digits. Oh, I think it's \u or something, right? So it does it 4 times, or 4 digits, right? And then it says if it's, I guess it's if it's a surrogate pair, first half surrogate pair is, so it's setting the first half of the surrogate pair. And then it's done. Oh, are we in an invalid state here? Is that the problem? Oh, I guess I have a bug too. It should be invalid because there needs to be the second half of the surrogate pair, right? In order to have some output. All right, mine's buggy too. But mine's buggy in a different way. Instead of having a party, it just returns an empty string because it was waiting for the second half of the surrogate pair. But is that what this bug says? Okay, I disagree about with this part. It says that's invalid. That's not true. That's valid, but it's the first half of a surrogate pair. So there needs to be a second half of the surrogate pair in order for you to how does this work? Oh no. In order to figure out that it is invalid. Right? No, here it is. Yeah, you're supposed to take the two halves of the surrogate pair and you get, what is this, 10 bits from each one, then you add that, and that's the actual code point. Or you're saying that it used to be invalid? Because this isn't invalid anymore, that's just the first half of a surrogate pair. Anyway, I guess that's maybe irrelevant detail. It should be invalid because, at least for me, it should be invalid because we haven't gotten the second half yet, and it's in an indeterminate state. So let me remember this. Go to my GitHub. Go to, I think I was looking at this before, like I was worried about personal info, but I don't think there's anything here. All right. It doesn't crash PHP anymore. Yeah, but what should it be? It's not. Should it be invalid, or should it? Or if it's invalid, why is it invalid? It's not invalid because it's a invalid Unicode. It's just incomplete Unicode, right? Issues. So I had the one issue about the locales that Bugbound found. I chuckled because of the pun there. Okay, so this is incomplete UTF. What is it called exactly? I feel like I should be looking up the JSON RFC for this. Surrogate pair. Right, UTF-16 surrogate pair. That's what it's called. Incomplete UTF surrogate pair not detected as invalid. Encoding. Okay. So, example input. Get rid of these escape characters. This decodes to the first half of a UTF-16 surrogate pair. U plus D834. There should be the second half. This should be immediately followed by the second half. Actually, it's probably there are two bugs, right? Because if the next character is just not a UTF character at all, I think it just what does it do? Okay, it does return false if it gets anything but an escape code. Okay, so if the encoding abruptly ends, the decoder doesn't detect this as a problem, doesn't detect this as a prematurely terminated surrogate pair. And just declares the JSON is empty string. Right. There we go. Should I reference for fun your PHP bug? Why not? By the way, playing with skizzers. Started this investigation by discussing a similar issue in PHP. There we go. Hey there, Bix Plays. Your Linux install is slowly breaking. Doesn't that only happen with Windows? I thought Linux installs never break like that. Oh yeah, Nui. It was bug number 1 was the locale thing. So this is issue number 2 with a strange thing with UTF-8 with the UTF-16 surrogate pair. So if you try to just decode that, that's 1/2 of a surrogate pair. And the second half you need to have. If you don't, then it's like you stopped midway through saying a character. So it should say, wait a minute, that's truncated. It's an error, right? Unless actually, I should look into this. What does the spec say if it's terminated early? Because they don't really say. Yeah, see, mine library fell into this point, right? It truncated it without checking whether the truncation split a pair. Well, actually, no, it didn't. It just said, it just pretended like there was no first half. Okay, yeah, so it's not clear exactly what you're supposed to do. But I'm just going to call it invalid. But we're not going to work on that today. As interesting as that was. Hey there, Romania Hate. Repositories just started going missing? Wonder if it has something to do with the hard drive that it's stored on. If you're having disk errors or something, you could be having inodes go missing, and all sorts of bad things can happen. Okay, we're done looking at this stuff for now. Oh, let's undo this. Okay. Starting the real work today. So I'm going to make the authentication process part of the connect process. So the idea in SMTP is when we connect, there's a future that's returned, and we're not going to set that future until all the authentication is done. So I'm just going to, I think what I'm going to do is just insert an extra stage. But first I need a little test for this. And where would I put that? I guess here. We'll do if there's no extension registered for it. Okay, good luck playing with scissors. Skizzers, I should say. See you again later, most likely tomorrow. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. All right. Okay, it goes in here somewhere, right? Right here where it says ready to be sent. Actually, no, these tests are fine. These tests are fine. We will still expect that behavior. I think this is what I want. So the pre-message extension, yes. This one is set up to say that, oh wait a minute, this is declaring sender. What stage was that? Oh, that's, whoops. How did I get there? Shoot. I misclick and then I end up somewhere I didn't expect. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. IntelliSense was like, nuh-uh. Declaring sender. Why did I put it there? Okay, yeah, this test expected we aren't ready to send yet. Okay, because why? Oh, because this is what this is the exchange with the extension. Oh, so it already, maybe it already does work. Maybe it is already part of, it's considered part of the, well, no. I said make it part of the connect process. This is part of the message to be ready process. Is that what I had in the main in Newman? Newman! Oh, right. The problem was this message ready to be sent doesn't return a value, so we don't know if the authentication succeeded or failed, which was important because authentication failure was seen as a soft failure. So I was just going to turn it into a hard failure then? Maybe that's the alternative. So make it part of the connect process, or make authentication failure hard failure. What's confusing me is that it's looking at the ready to send stage. Oh wait, but no, that's the correct stage. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay, so that is the stage that after you have connected and you can now send a mail, when it gets to that stage, it's like, no, I want to authenticate. Okay, let me change this. Make it a hard failure. So you'll connect, you'll know it connected, and then you'll, is this what I want to do? So you'll connect, this will get completed, but you'll still want to wait for that. I guess that's fine. Oh no, the problem is it's clumsy because either that feature could get set or that feature. Right, and it's hard to wait for two futures. Okay, let's in addition to this, make a combined future that is completed on hard failure or message ready sent. I think that's the solution. Actually, maybe I just combine these two. I think I will just combine these two. Yeah, let's combine those two. Right. I'm glad you guys know a lot more about Linux than I do. I know just about enough Linux to get by. That's about it. Yeah, I started a little bit early today. How's it going, Mr. Muffles? Let's see. Yeah, I'm going to combine these two. So let's change my unit test to reflect that they're combined now. Let's first look for all the cases of, I should pin that. All of the cases of get failure feature. And we'll hit the test first. Oh, there are a lot of them. So we're going to name it, actually, let's just get rid of it. We'll call this get ready feature. That's what I'm going to call it. Return a feature that is set once the SMTP client and server are ready to process the next message, or a hard failure occurs. Actually, I think I can just keep it. I can just say failure. I don't have to say hard failure. A feature that is set once they're ready to process the next message, or a failure occurs, is returned. The value in the feature indicates whether or not the, let's say the value in the feature is false in the case of failure. And so this becomes bool, right? Yeah, I like this better. So now you're waiting on one of two things to happen, and the Boolean tells you which one it is. So I could use compiler error-driven development for the next step. And just find out where is the first error. Actually, you know what? I want to... I don't want to do compiler error-driven development, because I'd rather do the tests first. So I'll go to the tests and use red squiggly driven development to tell me what I need to change. So that's get ready feature. And that is, we'll call this ready. Error driven development, that's how you roll. Hey, that works. Let the tools work for you. You shouldn't be doing work to satisfy your tools. It's the other way around, right? Okay, greeting success. We get the ready feature and we expect that it's not ready. Yeah, we'll expect that it's not, that ready isn't ready. Okay, that's, I don't like the same word ready used in more than one place. How about we can make future ready into future is now. The future is now. No. Yeah, I don't like the word being used more than once. I can pick a different word here, right? You would draw the line at fire-driven development. But this is fine. This is fine. Right? Fire-driven development. Just don't ignore the fire. All right. Ready should be what? I need another word here. Idle, maybe? Says failure? Okay, I'm gonna break out the thesaurus. I don't usually do this, but I just want a word that's like ready, but is not actually the same word. Ready. What are the synonyms for ready? Accessible, apt, handy, qualified. No, that's not exactly what I want. Completed? Completed. Completed. I'm gonna go with completed. Because what it's doing, whatever work it was doing, it's complete if it runs into a failure or if it hits the point where it's waiting for you to do the next thing. Yeah, we're going to do that. All right. So then here I can say completed. That whole line, actually, you know what I can do? I can put that in the clipboard and then take that and then do Control-Shift-L, paste. And then we can replace failure occurred with completed and then build. All right, now that gets us further. All right, so this one, it's combined with the other one now. Auto-completed in your code? Kind of. Search replace, yeah. Like autocomplete. I use autocomplete a lot. Oh, auto-completed. Ah, I see what you did there. Yes, I auto-completed in my code. Exactly. Okay. I'm slow today. I don't get jokes very well. I don't get jokes very well on a good day. Humor and me, not the best of friends. Okay, so what are we going to do with this? Okay, this we don't need. Okay, this turns into that it succeeded. So it's expect true again for completed.get. And then probably, and this is similar. It's completed, but it's false. The get is false. All right. Is that good for that file? That's good for that file, and then we're on to this file here. Probably has similar issues, right? Yeah, so this goes into the clipboard. This search replace, and then the failure occurred gets replaced. All right, and then we don't need the message ready to be sent. Actually, this just gets search replaced again. Right, so we're not complete yet. We are complete here, and we should check that it succeeded. Completed.get. Then we'll do our thing. And why did I have this here? Oh, that's a failure. Actually, does it matter? None of this actually matters, does it? Oh no, I wanted to have that to make sure that the process continues correctly from that point. So I will need to get another completed future. So after this one's satisfied, we make another one. And then we expect that it's not completed yet. For success or failure. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so hard failure is it is completed and false. Soft failure is what? Yeah, we don't need that. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's just this moves down to there. This name is problematic. Actually, it's redundant. I don't need both of these, do I? Oh, wait a minute. No, I did need both of them. because the send mail could fail, but we could have complete success with send mail fail means that's a soft failure. And this is true, right? Oh wait a minute, no, it's hold on. I think I need the git lens to help me out here. So we're on line 243. I can see what it used to be. 243. What did you used to be? Okay, that's your. My face is covering it, but let me see. It used to be. It's ready with no failure. Why is that? Oh, soft failure. Well, how come I never checked the send ready one? I don't know. Hold on. I need to take a quick bathroom break. I will be back in a few minutes. Hello, I'm back. I don't actually like this name now that I think about it. Because completed is also what I'm sort of thinking of as these features are when these operations actually complete. So I need a different word. Wowie, look who's here. Wowie. Hold on, I gotta make it extra special. One EJ on one end and the other EJ on the other. And there we go. Wowie. Thanks, Nui. I need a different word here. So this feature represents when we're either ready or failure. How about we call it, how about we just call it ready or failure? Yeah. I know it's the reverse EJ. By the way, is it? Okay. It's either Rami or Remy. I've heard it both ways. But whichever way is correct, our esteemed Rami/Remy was the one who came up with that emote, that Adam EJ emote, and was gracious enough to let me use it reverse style on my channel. So there you go. When you see Adam EJ or Rimo8 EJ, think of Rami. So it's Rami, the first. See, the problem is I don't remember which one I said first. Okay, there we go. So Rami. Rami's the one we have to thank for the EJ emote, whether it's reversed or not. Okay. Yeah, ready or failure feature is what I'm going to go with. So this completed feature, search replace, and again here, search replace. There we go. Oops, clicked the wrong thing. So we're going to change auto completed to be auto ready or failure. And we're going to change future ready or failure, and then completed get ready or failure. All right. Okay, well, thanks for stopping by. Do I not have quality options today? I haven't been able to get quality options for a while. Oh, yeah, I don't have quality options. That's weird. How come my preview shows it in 480p? Oh, I do have quality options. I just have to scroll it. Okay, never mind. I have quality options. You can turn the bitrate down. Is your Wi-Fi so crap that you can't watch me in glorious 160p? You don't like watching low quality? I get you. Have a good day. Have an awesome day. I hope it's very productive or fun or both. Okay. I need the same search replace stuff here, right? So auto completed. Ready or failed. Did I use failed here? Failure. We can fix that. Yeah, let's do with intelligent search replace here. Ready or failed. There we go. And then here. Ready or failed. Oh, what'd I screw up? Oops. Send was completed. Okay. These old compiler errors that are screwing me up. Okay, those are the real errors I still have left to fix. Okay. Hold on, did I get all of these ones done? And what's this going on here? Oh, this one had some things I need to fix too. Ready or failure feature. Ready or failed. Okay, so in addition to waiting for it, we need to actually retrieve the value, right? So we can say return ready or failed get. Actually, then I can turn this around, right? And take this out. So early return. Well, no, I think I like it better this way. Because this basically says this logic goes with that optional step. You're off for now? Okay, see you, Bix Place. Enjoy the rest of your evening or day or morning or night. All right, ready or failed? I actually don't even use that here, do I? Yeah, I don't need it. Okay. Just here do I need to fix up? Okay, this actually uses that future. This only gets the future once, right? Yeah, it won't find the code because the code's been changed. Oh no, it makes a new one every time. Okay, so we're good. We can call it any number of times. Hey there, Rally Monkey. I started a little bit early, but that's okay, right? You don't need to see every single second. I'm mostly just cleaning up the bugs from yesterday. Okay. Here. I decided to combine the failure and ready futures into one that returns a bool, so it's a lot cleaner. So now there are only 3 kinds of futures. 2 for the asynchronous connect and send mail operations, and then this one's a kind of catch-all. It's ready whenever we fail, or we're ready to send the next email, and then the value of the future tells us if which one it is, ready or fail. So we get a feature, we make sure it's not ready yet, but then make sure it is ready and that the value is true. And then I get a new one and I make sure it's not ready. Is this the default was just to poll it, right? Yeah. Okay. That's good. And then this one, same kind of thing, only what? Oh yeah, we're telling it to do a hard. Do we want a hard failure? Oh right, hard failure and soft failure. So hard failure is that it completes, and the value is false, like that. Okay, and then soft failure. Oh, this is it fails later. Actually, let's not use this one. Well, I made another overload. I made another mock extension because I didn't have a way to do a soft failure before sending an email. So I actually had one where we're in the middle sending, it has a failure. Maybe I want to duplicate this and have both of them now. Let's fix this one first, though. So, ready or failed. So, okay, it will be a soft failure, right? So it will be a true that we can continue and then I guess I'm duplicating this for the other future should also be not ready. But down here it should be ready and its value should be false. So the send was completed and hold on, I did this wrong. It's that dot get. It should be ready, but its value should be false. In other words, the send failed, but we are ready to send the next one. Okay, yeah, I like that. And then let me duplicate this. Actually, let me take this test and just duplicate this one. So instead of a hard failure, we'll do a soft failure. And then this will be a true. Oh, wait. It has to be a hard failure. That's what I put in my notes, right? Hard failure. Yeah. Okay. So never mind. This test case is invalid. So we can get a hard failure at any point, and then we can get a soft failure for a send mail. And a soft failure is that we get false for that send mail completion, but we still get true for ready or failed. I'm thinking of, again, changing the words I use to be ready or broken. Because send was completed returning false is a failure to send, but it means the connection isn't broken yet. I want to be very clear with the words I use. Ready or broken future. So let's do a search replace of this. Ready or broken. Or the connection is broken. And it's just implied that a hard failure in the protocol will break the connection. Or the connection is broken. The value, let's just say the value in the future, the value returned from the future indicates whether or not the connection. Well, no, I liked it better before, actually. Is false in the case of the connection being broken. Okay. So ready or failed, we'll search replace that. Ready or broken. 53 occurrences. Okay, so all the tests compile, so I just need to fix the code. So yeah, we're combining those two futures now. The new combined name is ready or broken future. So we'll rename this ready or broken promises. This is new ready or broken future. No promise. And then I remove this one. Didn't like that? Oh, because it's bool. Which means I have to make the promises also bool, which means I need to make this one. Right, these are combined now. This holds any promises made to publish the fact that the SMTP are both ready to handle a message or that the connection has been broken. So let's rename this one ready or broken. And I go to that, and it is a promise returning bool. And we should document this. This is the type of collection which holds onto promises made to be completed when either the bad typing today. The SMTP client and server are ready to process the next message, or the connection has been broken. I want to document that bool. I'll just say it in a paragraph here. The value set in the promise indicates will be false if the connection has been broken. Okay, that sounds good to me. Okay, so this we rename. Ready or broken. Take the current ready or broken promises and return them, placing empty collection in its place. Handle a failure, so set value false. So I don't need this, it's redundant. Right? Yeah. So yes, actually let's rename this on hard failure to be very specific. A hard failure results in completing the ready or broken with false and then closing the connection to the server. And then this is the other case where it's swap out those same promises but set them all to true. If we get there, I should probably make that. Let's make that another method. On ready. Handle the condition where the SMTP client and server are both ready to process the next message. And that just becomes true when we do not disconnect, and then I can call onReady down here. Okay. Compiler error-driven development. Tells me where I need to go next. I need to go where? Down to, so we're done actually here. This keeps popping up by IntelliSense. It doesn't like the shared from this thing for some reason. Anyway, we're off to Newman land. I need to clean this up anyway. What should I do to clean this up? Did I just go from the top down? So this is fine until we get to this part. Actually, this part right here. This part does the connection. It extracts fields that it uses to make the connection, and then it waits for the connection to happen. So let's take all of that and put it into a helper. So it's going to return a future bool with some arguments, and that's the code goes there. Whoa. Whoops. Fixed. Okay, it needs the diagnostic publisher. Fine. I can grab that. Actually, let's grab the comment while we're at it. Okay, we're gonna remove the this function. Connect to the SMTP server using parameters extracted from the given email. Okay. So we don't have these arguments. We just have that for now. And then the future for, how do we phrase this? The future, should I say the future for the completion of the connection to the SMTP server is returned? And really this is asynchronous, right? Asynchronously connect to the SMTP server. Okay, so what are we going to call this? Connect to server. So this becomes connect to server down here. Where did it begin? Connecting to SMTP server, so right here. So, and then it goes into connect success, right? Or, yeah. Equals connect to server, and right now all I need is the diagnostics publisher. And this goes away. Oh, wait a minute, it's future connect success. Oh, no, it's synchronous. Sorry. It's synchronous, so I need, yeah, it's synchronous. So connect to the given server, and then an indication of whether or not the connection to the SMTP server was successfully made is returned. All right, so that should just return that. And then everything down to there goes away. Okay. What else do I need here? Oh, I didn't copy the actual formal parameter. This guy, this long ass thing here. This goes there. All right. Actually, I need to fix this. I shouldn't go through a delegate. I should go through a reporter. Or a send. I should go through I should go through a sender, not a message delegate. But let me clean that up in a little bit. Okay, so I need the email. The email. The email is what type? Email. Okay. That's modified, so it's in and out. This is the email from which to extract the SMTP server parameters. Hey there, Clayman. Oh, and hey there, Villamin12. I didn't see your message. Shekels? You'll pay some good shekels? Well, this is all open source, so you don't have to pay anything. It's it's free for use under the MIT license. Here, let me send you some waves, even though it's been 7 minutes. Villamin12. Urgh. Okay. I don't have good posture today. I don't have this set up right. I don't know if it's noticeable, but I have this, I'm following Ski Dog's example of having a diffused light up there. It might be easier to tell the difference if I turn it off, but I don't have a switch within reach. But hopefully that makes my camera look a little bit more even out in the lighting. Okay, connect to server. Okay, we need to provide, okay, that we need to pass in, right? That is a login function. Provide credentials. This is the function to call to provide the SMTP client with the login credentials to use with the SMTP server. How much I paid on Visual Studio Code? It's free. If you make a game that makes a lot of money, you need to pay? No, you don't. Visual Studio Code is free. If it's not, I could be wrong. If it's not, please give me the reference to where I can find the details about how much I need to pay. So I think you might be thinking of Visual Studio itself. That you pay for it if you want certain features, but I think even the community edition of Visual Studio you can use to make proprietary code. It's just you're limited on what features you can use. You might also be thinking of Unity or something else that uses Visual Studio to make games. So technically, I'm not making a game yet. I'm making components that I'll probably use in my game. A small payment of $1 million to Clayman. I'll keep that in mind. Just turn it on full bright. I don't have a really powerful bulb in there. I can look into that. But I put up a light diffuser because when it gets dark, I'm relying mostly on natural light before, and the camera was messing up. Well, I could be mistaken too, RuneScape Pro. I just believe that it's free because I didn't have to pay anything to download it, and I don't remember seeing anything or hearing anyone else talk about paying for making proprietary stuff, but I could be wrong. Okay, thanks for searching for it, because, you know, I'm wrong a lot of the time, and that's one of the reasons why I stream, is to break my wrong assumptions. People will come in and let me know that I need to correct something, and I'm like, oh, okay, thanks for the correction. Okay, so client I need. That makes sense. Client is what type? SMTP client. And that is a non-const method, so we have to pass a normal non-const reference. Client. This is the SMTP client to use to connect to the SMTP server. Did I say SMTP a little bit too much? Hey there, Isley. Yeah, I mean, most editors are either free or there's a one-time charge, like Sublime, right? You have to pay for a one-time payment for a license. But then once you have it, you can do whatever you want with it. $1,000 of iTunes gift cards. I have a bunch of Google Play cards. You're saying I can't use those? Kitboga. Watch Kitboga. All right. This. Oh, right. It's synchronous, so there's no future. Okay. It's taken me a while to write this, isn't it? I think it's because I'm having so much fun with chat. I do like to reinvent the wheel. There are plenty of good libraries, and hey there, Kinkomatics. But that's just one of the things about my stream is I really enjoy getting into the nitty-gritty details, and it's fun for me to work on making my own stuff. I'd probably be done with my game if it weren't for the fact that I like to do stuff myself. Oh right, this needs all the things, right? So client, and then it needs the email, and then it needs to provide credentials, and then we're done. Okay, so this is getting a little bit cleaner. So we set up the client, we read the email, we connect to the server. Right, so here's where we use the one, it should be simplified because I can use the get ready or broken feature. Ready or broken. I don't have to there's no failure now. I just wait for it. And I'll wait up to 5 seconds. If it is ready, okay, there are 3 conditions, right? If it's ready, then we get its value. If ready or broken get returns true, then it's ready. And we can say sending email. Well, should I just put an extra? Let's just put an extra diagnostic in there, even though it's sort of superfluous, but it'll balance a little bit better. Ready to send email. Else, it's a failure. So there is a problem. And we turn failure, and then this else is a timeout. I feel like taking that and putting it into a function, so I'm going to do it. let's call it bool wait for client ready to send. I think it just needs the client. And then instead of returning failure, it will be false. And then I suppose down here we just return true. I'm going to turn this around actually, and I'm going to get rid of the superfluous diagnostic. I'll do that. And then we need the diagnostic provider and the client, right? And we don't need the email or credentials anymore. Go away, squiggly. Oh, wait a minute. Don't go away. Now you can go away. All right, there we go. Okay, paste. Wait for the SMTP client server to be ready to accept the next email. This is the SMTP client. On whom to wait. For whom to wait. And then these are gone. And then indication whether or not the SMTP client server are ready to accept the next email is returned. I'll even be clear about this. Retval false. This is... I'm really bad typist today. I apologize. It must be frustrating to see me mistype a lot. This is returned if... What is it returned? If there's a problem. If there's any kind of problem. Resulting in not being able to send email. All right, that's what we're going to say. And then I'll call that from down here. I'll say if it fails. So we pass it to the client, we pass the diagnostic publisher. If it fails, then we just return failure. Okay, and then sending is we get the future send success. Do I need to say future? I don't think I do. I'll just call it send complete. Or completed, really. And then the success is the value of the completed. Presuming that, so this could actually block forever. If it takes forever to send it. I guess that's fine, right? You know, I have this interrupt handler, but I'm not really using it. It has this shutdown flag, and I'm not using it. I'll just keep it in there for now. My thought was instead of having the 5-second timeout here, that we could poll that future and between polling periods, check the shutdown flag so that we can, if it hit Control-C, it would just basically give up. And then I would do the same thing for this get here. You know what I can do? I can build that in. I can build that into, I can make a function, a single function for that we can use later. So let's put it here. So it will be, it actually has 3 possible return values, right? Because it could be, yeah, it could be true, false, or timeout. Let's do the right thing and have an enum for that. Where was I going to put it here? Enum class wait result. And it's success, fail, timeout. This is used to indicate what happened while waiting for a future. A promise to be completed? That sounds better to me. And then the promise was completed and indicated success. This is the promise completed and indicated failure. And this is the promise did not complete. And did not complete. Yeah, didn't complete. It's, so should I say incomplete? I think incomplete is better. So then I'll have this used here. Await promise. And then we will pass in the promise. And then I will copy some of this stuff for now. Right now it's going to wait up to 5 seconds. Return wait result incomplete. Actually, let's put that up front. Oh, it's future, not promise. Future. From the future. The future is the receiving end of a promise in C++. So if it's not ready within 5 seconds, it's incomplete. So, right, I won't build in the shutdown flag yet, but I'll get set to do it, and then I'll use this from 2 places. So if it's ready, we say if future get return success, else return failure. It should be failure, right? That probably makes more sense. Okay, so let's document this. Wait for the given. Are you late? No, I just started early. But hello, Volhui1998. How are you doing? I typically start at 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight, so that's UTC -7, so that's 1700 hours UTC. I started a little bit early today, like a half an hour early. The couple days before that, I was starting late, because Tuesday I start late in general, because it's a late start for the family. And then the other times I started late, it's because I was lazy. And, no, not that I was lazy, that I was bad in my decisions in going to sleep late and woke up late. I wait for the given. Let's call this a wait future, so it's consistent. Wait for the given future to be completed, and return. Let's just say it that way. Which library am I using for send receive mail? So I made my own library. You can find it in my GitHub. I've been working on it. I started working on it Monday. I made the authentication stuff. I did 3 authentication layers. And Tuesday, I worked on SMTP protocol itself. And then yesterday, Wednesday, I did the integration of the authentication and the mail with by using the service extension for authentication. So implemented that. And then I made this Newman, which is a test app that sends email. So this was all built on top of earlier work I did to abstract away the differences between operating systems when it comes to sockets. And you'll see that if you go into my SMTP client, how it does the connect. Okay, there are actually 2 things. I made earlier work, you can find, I don't remember which stream it was, but I worked on making a decorator for a connection object that uses transport layer security, so it does SSL certificates and all that. But then underlying that, I use this system abstractions network connection for 2 things. You can get the do a DNS lookup with it, and you can also actually make the real connection. Where is that done? Right here. So this abstracts away to different implementations depending on the OS. And IntelliSense is not going to help me. But anyway, this is all in my GitHub as well. So for example, in Windows, the connect calls socket bind connect, and then get sock name to get our own address and port number. But it's fairly standard socket stuff. It just looks different on Windows than it does on Linux. On Windows, you have a different way of setting the linger option. The types are slightly different. The fields of structures are slightly different. So I have different different implementation for, I call it POSIX, but it's really BSD sockets. So there, it's socket and bind and connect, but you can see there's subtle differences in the fields. Linger is set differently. So I wrote this like a long time ago, and I'm using it in my SMTP client to make the connection, to send and receive bytes, and I have this, I guess you call it a state machine. Whenever data is received, we disassemble it into, we assemble the lines out of it, and then disassemble those lines into messages, and then depending on what state we're in, we process it differently depending on the code we get from the server. So I did all this in the last couple of days. RFCs don't look easy, but once you get used to it, it's not so bad. Like a couple interesting things that they all have in common. If you look at this, they always start with like an introduction, which is just to tell you like what the heck this is, but then always chapter 2 starts into the nitty-gritty details. They'll start with like an overall design, an overall picture, which is nice, and then get into the details. It gives you some background, and then either they'll have examples in chapter 2, or in this case they had examples in an appendix. The examples are the best part because you can see, well, what does it actually look like, the protocol? And then you can recognize some of them. You don't even have to read about these. These are obvious, right? You put the email sender's address here and the receivers go here, and it's obvious that if it's accepted, the code is 250. If it's not accepted, it's 550. So that's protocols that are simpler, like SMTP. You almost don't even need to read the spec. You can just look at the example and figure out most of it. And then like for certain points, like if you wanted to know what these codes mean, you just search in this document for that number and you'd find it. An example of a much more difficult protocol would be SIP, the session initiation protocol that's used for voice over IP. That one was insane. That one was like several hundred pages, where this one is only 95 pages. So, and this is a very old standard. This is not even the latest version. This is not the first version, right? And this is already over 10 years old. So it obsoletes this one, which obsoleted this one, which is the original mail transfer protocol, which is so old they don't even put the date on the top. It's 1982 was when email was first standardized. So it's so old, the protocol is a lot simpler. It's not binary at all. It's all text. It's all line-based, so it's super easy to debug. Thanks for the follow, by the way. So don't let the RFCs intimidate you. They look difficult on the surface, but when you start reading it and you see, if you start with an easier protocol like SMTP, you'll see, oh, it's just line-based, and they actually make it really easy for a computer because you only need to look at the first 3 characters. Well, the first 4. First 3 characters tell you whether what state to transition to. Something that starts with 2 is usually a success. And this 4th character tells you if there's more messages. So it's dash means there's more to follow, more to follow, more to follow. Space means last message, so it's now the client's turn. And it's half duplex. Either the server is talking or the client is talking, and it's very clear whose turn it is. So it's not so bad. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions about it. All right, so I'm cleaning this up, right? Wait for the given feature to be completed. This is the feature on which to wait. Return. An indication of the result of the wait is returned. See the definition of wait result for more details. I don't know if the backtick is the right thing to do, but I think that's typical in Markdown, right? So I actually don't know what Doxygen wants me to do for references. I'll just leave it like that. Thanks for the follow, Homicidal Burger. That's an awesome name. Okay, I'm going to use this await feature to clean up the code down here. So I'll be able to do this. Switch await feature ready or broken. Case wait result. Which one is first? Failure? This one is failure. And we can actually close it off there, right? And this is await result timeout or incomplete is this part of it. And default is return true, right? There we go. You're welcome, Homicidal Burger. I love saying your name now. Homicidal Burger. That's an awesome name. Okay, so that looks a lot cleaner to me. I'm going to reuse the same thing down below. I did this one more time, right? This one here. It's the send completed. If it's a fail, there's a problem. If it was incomplete, it's a different kind of problem. Well, we don't have to say anything, do we? It wasn't actually, this isn't a timeout. I guess it is a timeout. Timeout, how did I phrase it before? Timeout waiting. Timeout waiting. And then really we're waiting on the server for a server to accept the email. And then the default was just break. And then I can remove this stuff, right? Oh, wait a minute. I wanted to publish this. I guess we could publish that at the end. Okay. Let me make sure this still works. So here's my little test mailbox. Let me delete the old message and then try to run it again. And then get messages. There it is. It still works. I'm using what is it called? Hmail server? Hmail server is what I'm using for the server ends. It was just a simple SMTP server I just downloaded. I didn't feel like making my own SMTP server, despite what I like to do on the stream, because I just need the client stuff. And I'm using Thunderbird as a way to just check the mailbox really quickly, because I didn't want to implement Post Office Protocol or IMAP. Okay, so let me check this in. So this is mostly refactoring, right? I didn't add anything significant to the code yet. So SMTP changed. I combined these two features into one to make it cleaner, is what I did, but it's basically a refactoring. I'm going to say so in check-in. Client refactoring. Combine, what the previous names were, combine the failure and ready, message ready features into one that returns a boolean indicating success failure. Okay, let's just say that. That's that refactoring. Push that so you guys can have it. And then we're going to go to Newman, our little test app, and check in his changes. This was just mostly cleanup. So I added a wait feature, connect to server, wait for client ready to send, and then cleaned up the main program, right? So refactoring. Extract will add wait result. Extract method await future. Extract method connect to server. Extract method wait for client ready to send. And that's it. Well, the main isn't cleaned up by those extractions. Push Newman also to GitHub. All right. Did I change anything else? What you see me running here is a multi-repository management tool that I made. I think I had a hack checked in there. It's time to take that hack out, I think. Yeah. Time to take that hack out and rebuild. Yeah, so some people like mono repository where everything's checked into one Git repository. I like to have several of them. One advantage for you guys is if you wanted to look at my SMTP, that's just one repository, and then you won't get all the rest of the irrelevant things. You just get the SMTP part. Or if you just wanted the authentication part, or you just wanted the integration layer between them. And I manage it through this manifest file. It's kind of like Android's repo tool. It's just a simple XML file that has links to all the sub-repositories, and then the tool, the Mugget tool, is just a Python script, essentially, that iterates through this and does what I want it to do. So the status command went through and checked to see if any of them had unchecked in changes, or if I don't do the local only flag, it would actually go upstream and see if there are any commits that I don't have yet. So that's what that is. And what's next on my list? Yeah, I make a plan every day, by the way. So if you want to see my plan in advance, I try to write it the night before. And if you guys give me any tips, I'd like to put it under notes. So I did that. Okay, we're going to retest authentication failures. That is easy to do. I would just put in the wrong password. So we'll go to the test email, and we'll make it Hunter 23 instead of Hunter 2. And then we try to send. And then hilarity will ensue. Okay, I think it shouldn't have gotten to this stage. The authentication should have failed. So let me look at the server. I gotta log into the server to see this. So one moment. HMail server administration account connect password goes there. Okay, there we go. This, I have it set up to log. Show the logs, please. Oh, you know what? I don't need all those logs. Let's turn off some of them. I really only care about SMTP. We're gonna, for now, let me hit save. We're gonna see a bunch of extra log files I don't care about. Scroll to the bottom. Okay, so here is the bug, I think. We start the authentication, we're sending the password here, and it failed, but then it doesn't detect the failure correctly. Instead, it tries to log in again, and I guess the server at this point said, screw you, and it just disconnected on us. Or it just hung for 5 seconds. But yeah, this happened really quickly. So this failure, it's not being handled right. I need to find out why. And then when I find out why, I'll make a unit test to reproduce the problem and then fix it. I may make a guess about where the bug might be. I'm going to guess it's somewhere in this integration layer. When we receive something bad happened, this soft failure, right, this is the wrong thing to do now, because we can't detect that. Instead, we have to do a hard failure, which is returning false. I believe this handles server message, which is defined in the extension API. Oh, this is wrong. How come I never saw that? Okay, let's see. Let me see how this is done. I hate it when I do wrong documentation. It's called from here. Okay, so it does imply it's either continue or hard failure. So let me fix this documentation here. An indication of whether or not. The message was handled successfully, I guess, is returned. We'll say specifically false. If this is returned, the client should consider the protocol to have encountered a hard failure, meaning an unrecoverable error where the connection should be dropped. So yeah, I'm not gonna. It would involve adding another state to my state machine and making it more complicated to be able to like retry authentication. I'm not gonna bother because I plan to use this in a server backend where it doesn't make sense to retry. Either the password's correct or it's not. If it's not, then I just want it to be reported to me and we don't retry. So keeping it simple. That documentation bug is fixed, and then this should return false. Let's see what it does now. Oh, wait a minute. I did this wrong. I'm not supposed to do that change right away. I'm supposed to make the test fail first. Right? What's the difference between Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code? So VS Code, do I have a link to it? It is... Okay, I don't have it described in there. It's basically the editor tools from Visual Studio ported onto the Electron framework, which is based off of the Chromium tools, which is, you know, the open source browser stuff. And so you can run it on almost any operating system that Electron and Chromium work on, so Mac, Linux, Windows, and you get kind of the same experience, which is better than Visual Studio if you like to swap OSs a lot, because Visual Studio, you don't get the same Visual Studio on Linux and Mac, right? I don't even think you get it at all on Linux yet. On Mac, the Visual Studio for Mac is really Xamarin Studio. But anyway, it's just really the editor, and then through extensions, you can make it do more of what Visual Studio does. So like C++ extensions lets it integrate with the tool chain, and this extension lets you integrate with the test frameworks. So if you load it up with extensions, you get to kind of customize it for your workflow, and it becomes more like the main IDE Visual Studio originally was. But yeah, Visual Studio is the original older IDE that's more Microsoft focused, and Visual Studio Code is the newer open source editor, also from Microsoft, but it's very, very extensible and very cross-platform now. Yeah, isn't it funny to think of it as a browser? You know how you can tell you can hit, what is it? There's a debug key. Open toggle developer tools, and you're like, oh, look at that. That looks a lot like Chrome, doesn't it? Because it is from Chrome. It's Chromium. So you can see the elements. These are all HT. You can see it's all a web page you're really seeing. Isn't that funny? You think you're editing in a standalone monolithic editor, but really you're editing in a web page. Yep. It is a web browser. It's just you're browsing your own web page that you're making with your own code. Yeah, Discord is also built on Chromium or Electron, right? Which is another reason why Discord runs everywhere. I don't know, man. It's taking over the world, this Chromium Electron stuff. Memory hungry? I have a solution to that. Just get more memory. Okay, so I need to rerun my unit tests to see. Right now, does it fail right off the bat? If it doesn't fail, I need to make it fail. Oh, look at that. I broke stuff and I didn't even notice. I didn't bother to run my own unit tests, and now I'm paying the price for that. Let's fix my unit test first. So, client... Is that the only test? Let me run everything. Run all the things. I think I just broke SMTP. Don't take the easy route. Be a lazy programmer. It's tempting to use Electron. So don't use Electron? I like Chrome because their debug tools for WebSockets are so much nicer. I don't think in Firefox you can see the individual messages that go over a WebSocket, but I could be wrong. All right, so I broke a lot of things here in these tests, probably from my refactoring. I probably screwed something up. What am I doing? Picking a test. Okay, so that's on line 166 of client tests. Yes. Wait a minute. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh, I'm in the wrong project completely. Duh. Duh. Here we go. So, ready or broken? We expected false, and it is ready, so it is true. Why would it be? Is it because... Oh, it's too soon. We too soon, executives. We got the promise before we were ready, and then we were ready. Then do it. That's probably what it was. It's just when we get the promise, or when we get the future for the promise. The promise is, so if we made the promise too early, then this actually completes the promise. And so, yeah, that's what it was. So all of these probably have the similar thing, right? Yeah. So we need to do that first in all of these cases. Before starting to send the email, after we have to wait, we have to start sending the email, then get the ready feature. Otherwise, it gets completed too early. Okay, that's not so bad. Does mean that all my tests were broken, but they're broken in a way that it was a pattern that's easy for me to fix. I'm getting cold. I need to put on my fleece. I will do that in just a moment. Oh, look at that. I forgot to finish. I should probably do that today, right? I should finish the work I didn't finish before. Okay, what happened here? 192. Another kind of... Oh, right. This should be a true. Oh no, this should be a false. Right? Why is it actually true? Yeah, this is soft failure. Mail rejected. So for that, it should have failed over here somewhere. What stage are we in? Mail from rejected, so that's waiting for declaring sender, so it should have gone here. It did go there. So what is on soft failure wrong? It does complete it with false. Wait a minute, future retrieved is true? Am I reading that right? Oh no, yeah, he has the future. So we say it's false, and then what does this do? Go to the ready state. We're ready. So ready is true, the send was false. But it didn't work for some reason. Hoodies are better than fleece? I don't have a hoodie. And I put my fleece right on top of my power strip for my light. Hold on, let me mute this camera for a second. My light got unplugged. Hold on, switching into my superhero costume. There we go. Superhero costume on. Got the fleece on now, so I won't freeze. Okay. Oh, this is wrong. This should be true. It is ready. I had that backwards. Hey there, I play poker badly. Oh, I just didn't notice you were talking. I forgot to wave to you. Raimu man. I fixed your runtime exceptions and what is it? Your race conditions. Do I use Lambda or multi-thread for that project? I used Lambdas, yes. And I'll show you. Where would that be seen? Here's one Lambda. And I use it with async. So async says, take this function object and call it from an arbitrary thread context. So I use that to make operations asynchronous. So I have the synchronous version, and then you just wrap it with async, and you just, in the Lambda, you capture the things that you need to get access to from the asynchronous context, and pass them through. It's pretty simple. That's one way you can make a function object with a Lambda, and then there's another place I use bind. Yeah, so here's another thing you can do. When you have something that requires function objects, and you already have them as methods of an object, you can use bind. It's similar to JavaScript bind, where you're binding this and then maybe some extra parameters with a function to make a callable object that when you call it, it calls that method on that object, don't do that. On that object with these additional parameters. And then this placeholders thing you can use if it's not a constant parameter, it's a pass-through. So the return from bind will actually take a parameter and then pass it through for you. So I don't use threads explicitly in SMTP, but in other projects I do. Like we were looking at earlier, the my socket layer stuff. For example, in Windows. Like this connect is synchronous, but the processing of the socket, reading and writing it, is asynchronous. And for that, I explicitly make a, where is it? I make a thread for this. Did I do that here? Where's my thread? Oh, my find is bad. That's why. Here it is. So I make a thread, and I make a quick little lambda. Actually, I could have used bind here, but it's the same thing. This is similar to a bind, where instead of binding this and then binding into that method, you just capture it and then you call it directly. So yeah, so then this runs in a separate thread, which we communicate through this, what is this exactly? A flag to tell it when to stop, combined with wait for multiple objects, one of which is an event that we can set when we tell it to stop. I'm not a master of C++. I still need a long way to go. For example, you should be able to read this and understand what's going on. I think that this is a horrible mess. It's more than one page long. It's filled with like these alarming patterns where I unlock and then relock a mutex. So there's a lot of area of improvement here, and I'm constantly trying to make my code more readable and understandable, and yet be able to do the same level of things. So I'm no way a master. A master of C++ would be able to write this in a way that you can read it, not even knowing C++, and you still know what's going on. So until I get to that point, I don't really feel like I deserve that title. You can call me a student. Maybe I'm a more advanced student, but I'm still a student. How do you back up all of my computer stuff? I put it into version control, and then I push it onto GitHub. So, for example, what I was doing before, when I do this git push, it gets backed up onto GitHub servers. That's all the backup I need. All my data for when I work on programming is put into version control and then pushed either to GitHub or Bitbucket or something else. And that's my backup process. Yeah, source code less than 500 lines. That's a great objective. I fail at that. Oh, this one was okay. Look at that, only 408 lines. I fail at that though, and that's always something I'm trying to get better at. Like this one's approaching, my limit is 1,000 lines. So this already breaks your convention. It's stretching mine. And the solution to that is to refactor. So break up functions so that they're smaller and then move the functions into groups that are in different source code files. All right. It was is it this test that was broken? And now it works? Okay. Next test. Lane 222, why did this break? Same reason? It's rejected, so it should, yeah, this should be a true. The smaller the better, right? You don't like that there are too many functions? So yeah, there's always a trade-off. You could make like every single line a function. That would be the other extreme where it would just be ridiculous. My goal is to try to make files less than 1,000 lines and functions that fit in one page. And sometimes I'll make tiny functions. The reason for that, like a tiny function would be like one of these. The only reason I would do that is if that is called from more than one place, or I need to specifically bind it, and then the name implies that, like for example, this is being given to an extension, so I want it to have a name that has extension in the name, irregardless of the fact that what it actually does has nothing to do with extensions. So the function is teeny tiny, but it needs to be there so that I can remember that and when an extension does something, we get here. But yeah, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't want to have a one-line function. A good size function for me is something that fits into a page. This is stretching it. These are all good size. This is a good size function. It takes a loop and then binds it up into a single line that you can call. Which is nice. This one's too big. These are too big. See, I need to refactor these. This is a nice size function. So yeah, that's my goal. If it's doing more than one thing, it should be split up. That's also a great rule. And the one way I can tell that I need to start breaking things up is if I find myself starting to make comments in the code. So like if I started saying like, do this, then do that, now do some other thing. If I find myself doing that, that's a clue that this should be one function, this should be a second function, and that should be a third function. And the names of the function should replace the comment. So I would have a do this, you know, then do that. I mean, these are horrible names, but you get the idea. And then this would go into that function. That's the hint that I have for myself. Because I used to just do that. I used to break up the steps, and put comments above. And now I've come to realize, well, it's better to just make each one of those paragraphs, so to speak, a separate function. And then to reinforce that, I don't put comments in the code inside the function. I only put them outside. So I find that if I find the urge to start commenting, then I break it up. And there's two things I should refactor here. Switches themselves can be a code smell, because really a better way to do this would be a table, where I take this stage and use it to index a table to find a function to call. And each of these cases would be a separate function, which would be put into that table, right? And sometimes I'm just too lazy to do it. And I'll come back here later and just make a table out of this, and then call the table. All right, let me fix these tests though. 220, oh, this one I just fixed, right? So that should pass. So we're on to the next one. 256. Yeah, when I change the naming of and semantics of this future, I think I broke some of my tests here. So rejected, yeah, again, this is a true. It's not ready, or it's ready, not broken, and it's rejected by this completion returning false. I think they were probably all broken that same way. 301. Yep, no go ahead is expect true for it, so it's ready to receive the next email. It's just, you know, go away. You can have fun when you do unit tests because everything is mocked, so you can have the server pretend to be a real jerk, and it doesn't matter because the client doesn't actually read that part. The client is only reading the 3-digit code. So you can have fun with it. Why not? You should have fun when you're programming. Otherwise, it's not for you. One way or another, you should enjoy what you're doing. Is this the same thing? Yeah, data is accepted, so that should be a true. Oh, you know what? A lot of these, I think I meant to get the value as well, so let me do that. After I fix them. This one's still broken. Oh, that's passed. It just took a while. Okay. This one's also a true. These all break the same way? I think so. Yeah, they all broke the same way. So 277 in this file. What I'm going to do is go back and all these places where we do expect true that it's ready, we'll actually get the value and verify that it's what we expect. Hey there, Pawn. Prawn. The prawn man. Or woman. I keep doing that. Don't assume gender. I should not assume gender. I should say, welcome prawn, human, or bot. More likely a bot, wouldn't you say? Isn't pawn a good name for a bot? All the green checks, yeah, exactly. So now I need to search for this specifically. And these are all the places where I'm going to go and add another line. So what do I expect? If it's rejected, it's a soft failure, so expect true, ready, or broken get. These are all probably going to be soft failures. So soft failure means we're ready, not broken. This one is go ahead. Not a, okay, there we go. And then rejected. I think that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Don't assume. Yes. Well, I'm gonna assume you're. No, I'm not gonna assume your species. You could be a human or a bot. How about that? I'll assume a set of species. Let me know if you're not in that set, and I'll make my set more inclusive. Yes, we're all view bots here. Okay, all green lights. Check it in time. Yay! Time to go. Time for a beer. Welcome, bots and humans. One of these days, I think I will try to do an entire stream. We'll see how far I can get just talking in a robotic voice and see. Adam predicted that I wouldn't make it through an hour. Is that what he said? Before I get tired of it? All right. Okay, so this is fix broken unit tests. So one problem was the ready broken future should be retrieved after the tests do their setup. Otherwise, it gets completed too early. And then the second problem was the, again, the already broken future should now complete for many tests and return a true value. All right. Animals. There are no animals here, only humans and bots. Actually, that's not true. Humans are animals, right? A subset of animals. Okay, so that's repaired. I can retest this now. Oh, wait a minute, no. I noticed that everything is broken while trying to reproduce this failure. So I'll show you guys the failure right now. If authentication fails, can I show this in a bigger font? I probably can, right? Yeah. 18 point? Why not? I'll just make it wider. Not too wide. Okay, let's dial it down a little bit. 16 point. Yes, it's Notepad. No judgment calls. Well, you can judge me, that's fine. That's not too small, right? Okay, maybe it is small. You know what I'll do? I'll take this log and I'll put it into VS Code. I have no business doing Notepad anyway. Okay, there we go. So the problem is that when we authenticate and it fails, it's trying to authenticate again. It shouldn't. It should just stop and say, okay, we give up. So the give up is indicating that the connection should be broken. So I am not doing that. I need to do that. We need to have a unit test for that. And that is more a test of this auth, I think. Hack the notepad, that's right. Creatures and or metallic entities and or ethereal entities. Okay. Here we go. So we have done and soft failure. So that's not what I want. I want a, not a soft failure, hard failure for unsuccessful authentication. So hard failure is just a silly phrase I invented to mean that we should close the connection because it's just simpler that way. And I'm going to be using this in an automation environment where if the authentication fails, there's no real way or reason why we would retry. We would just log it, notify the admin saying there's something wrong in your setup, and then they would fix it, and that's it. So, yes, so they say, go away, you smell, and the way it should be handled is, what's this soft failure? Do I have a hard failure? No, I don't. Soft. How does it detect a hard failure? Faulted, right? No. It has nothing to do with the SASL mechanism. It is, where is it? Where is this actually used? Oh, it's bound here. Hold on, this go ahead. It's defined an extension. Oh, this is generic for extensions, but I don't need it from this one. There's no reason for me to support soft failures at all. Yeah, so let's just remove that. And this doesn't need to do anything. It's just done, right? Done for successful authentication. So we don't need to check that. And when is done set? On extension stage complete? Is the problem that I have no way of indicating hard failure? I think that might be it. Yeah, I think I want to put a parameter in there. Okay, so done let's call success. Let's change done to success. And that means there are three possibilities. It's not done. It's done with success, done with failure. Maybe I'll just be lazy and have two flags. Yeah, I think I'll do that. I'll be lazy. So we say done and success. So expect done and success. Done and not success. So expect done, but not success. All right. But before I can do that, I need to modify the SMTP stuff because I want to be able for the stage complete to have a value returned. Extension given on protocol stage. Hard failure on server message. Okay, okay, really, I don't have a test for it for failure in protocol stage. We'll call this extension protocol stage success. Oh, thanks for the follow, Agarmo. And then I'm going to add another property here. So actually, SMTP is going to tell us, right? If it's success, then it's ready and not broken. If it's a failure, it's the opposite. Right? Extension protocol stage failure. And that's a hard failure because I have support for soft failure already. Hard failure would be we complete it. How do we indicate it's completed? I think it's through this return value. I'm going to change this. Oh no, it was on stage. What is this? Oh, I do have a mechanism for hard failure. Oh, okay. Then why did I bother having these two? Yeah, why did I do that? This should just be one thing with a parameter. Should I just change the test to reflect that? Anyway, there are two kinds of failures. Well, hold on. For the one for this pre-message, there's only two kinds that are supported, right? So you can't have a soft failure because there's no way to report that to the user, right? So it's success or failure. Let's say hard failure. And so the difference is that is a false. It's ready when the return value is false. I'll let the extension do it. The mock extension do it. So what's a typical failure? Oh, I can just look at this, right? 535. Go away. And then we'll just let the mock extension deal with that. So here it is. Oh, I had that as a flag, then just never used it. That's on server message. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of this flag. This doesn't make sense to me. We don't need that. Instead, we can see if message.code is 250, is not 250. And then I don't need this test. This is actually redundant. It's kind of badly designed. This is what we should do. We should have a non-success code and then expect that. Okay. So it actually don't need to be changes, but I will check that in as a cleanup. Okay, yeah. Client tests, or extension test, right? Clean up test for extension hard failure. All right, commit that. I think what I want to do is simplify remove these two. So I want to look quick. Did I have to do something here? No, I didn't. That's good. So it's really in the extensions test only. So this becomes a bool success, and we call it, actually that's just on stage complete. Either successful or unsuccessful, which is a soft failure. Hard failure is indicated by a false return to a handle server message, right? Let me make sure I got my understanding things right. Yes, a false is a hard failure. Otherwise, we just tell it when it's complete. Okay, I like this better. So this becomes bool success. Remove that. And this becomes, right now we don't support soft failure in the test, so we don't have a test for it. Because it doesn't really work for pre-message extensions. It'd have to have another one for posts. Oh, I do have one. Okay, this is the same thing. So I could, does this have a flag? Yes. Right, so I can use that here. If I want a hard failure. Oh, wait a minute. No, right. Yeah, this exactly. So this is not that. Because we get rid of this one. And then this one is again a bool success. That's how we want it to be. What's wrong here? Oh, the interface needs to change to match it. This is a function, no, is complete stage. The parameter indicates whether or not the, actually, let's cut it there. Whether or not the client may proceed. Whoops, I misclicked. Where'd I go? Oh, there, I went there. Okay. Whether or not the client may proceed to the next stage. Sounds fair enough? So that needs to be put into the actual code. Go ahead. Goes there. And here. So there is a placeholder. And it takes the place of on soft failure. Move on to the next protocol stage, or complete the transaction with a failure after what is this after an extension took a turn? I think that's all we want to say. This indicates whether or not transaction can proceed to the next stage. Okay. So I get rid of, okay, so if success, we can transition. Otherwise, we complete with a false and then we're ready for the next message. That makes a lot more sense than having these separate delegates. Oh, I was using that for more than one place. Okay, so hold on. Go back. Leave the on soft failure and just call it. Because I use it from other places. Yeah, okay. Compiler error-driven development now proceeds from what we just did. Okay, yeah, I didn't change this. Full success. Yes, SMTP from scratch. Are you horrified? Ah! Why is he doing it from scratch? I like to do stuff from scratch because then I find it fun and enlightening to know how things work at the very core, all the nuts and bolts. So that's just something I do. A little bit horrified, yeah. I don't do encryption, compression, or other complicated algorithms because those are scary. If I do them wrong, I can get in real bad trouble. But stuff like sending email, I'm okay with. Yeah. I mean, we were looking at that before. It's not that complicated. The most complicated part, I think, is the authentication because we've got a base 64 encode stuff, and we have to pick a mechanism that the server supports and all that good stuff. All right. Go ahead. Change this to put success there. And we get rid of this one. This changes to success. Oh, and I can take from the documentation here to fill in here. If it's only a little bit horrified, then I'm okay. If you're really horrified, then let me know why. Because maybe I'm doing something that'll get me in bad trouble at some point. I don't want that. I don't like the fact that the mistake. Okay, I think I want to put in, I want to tunnel through the success here. I should release it? I have released it. It's in my GitHub. You can take a look at my SMTP, my SASL, or my SASL or SMTP auth if you want. Okay, here we go. So get done true, undone true, undone false. This is what we want. No, what? I didn't update the test for it. That's bad. Go, alright, so this is, again, kind of like SMTP does. This framework has to also pass through the success. And success equals this success is that. Cool. That works, right? And then I can get rid of soft failure because we don't need it anymore. And let's run all the tests again. Okay. That was all cleanup. I still haven't addressed the bug. Oh, I forgot to check in my changes to Newman. Alright, so actually there are 3 repos we are changing here. This one is combining stage complete with soft failure. So client combine. Actually, this is client. This is extensions. Combine soft failure and complete delegates. Right. Push that. Now we'll go to SMTP auth and update that. Cross-cutting 3 repositories because I changed the interface. Right. So update to match latest SMTP client extension interface. it will say the soft failure and complete delegates were combined. Or are now combined. Or should be combined. Are combined. Because we're supposed to say, like, what the commit would do if you were to use it. And then I've been forgetting to update Newman, so let's do that. Oh, that's just to hack the password. Okay, never mind. Right, so the problem still exists, which we can demonstrate again. So, kill that. Actually, let me just kill all the logs. Actually, I don't know if what the server will do if I kill all the logs. Okay, yeah, so we're going to run Newman again. It actually thinks it successfully sent it, but I bet you it's not. Go down to the end. Ah, look at that. Oh, it accepted it even without authentication? I thought I required it. Anyway, this is the bug right now, that after authentication fails, we keep going as if it didn't fail. So I need to fix that. Actually, did it actually send it unauthenticated? Oh, look at that. It doesn't even require authentication. I should fix that. That's in the setup of this HMail server. How do I require authentication? Protocols SMTP, I guess? Yeah, how do I require authentication? Is it, no, not this. I don't know. This thing is a simple dinky little server. I'm not sure if I can require authentication. You should do something like this in JS? Definitely. I don't know. I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to look at the logs to see if it's behaving correctly. We'll keep that going. All right, so this, when it gets this code here, it should fail. So it must be the SMTP that's not doing the correct thing. Oh, wait, no. It's that soft failure is not, we can't do anything about it. So we need to do a hard failure, which would, okay, yeah. We're changing the behavior here. Done and success for successful authentication. So instead of done and not success, I misspelled success, didn't I? It's going to be hard failure for unsuccessful authentication. So we expect, how do you detect hard failure? It's assert false, isn't it? And then expect done is false. The done should not be called. Handle server message should return false. So we'll see that test fail, and then I change the behavior to make it match, right? It didn't work. Oh, because I'm in the wrong tests. All right. Okay, so that's as easy as doing return false, which I can just put here. Okay. Let's see if that fixes Newman. There we go. Problem setting up to send the email. If I look at the logs, should be giving up right away. Authentication failed, and then that's the end of the log. Good. All right, now let me try a successful login to make sure that didn't get broken. So I'll go to, where did I put the email? It's under Newman now. Test email. Put the password correct again, and you guys only see stars, right? And I see Hunter too. Oops, sorry. Shouldn't have said that. You see stars, right? My password's protected. And successfully sent that time. It should show up here. Yay. Have a great day. Okay. Check that in. That was the first bug. That joke never gets old, does it? What's the proper response when someone just overuses a joke? Would it be like a what face? That what I would expect if I overuse a joke? Okay, here's the bug fix. That's the expected behavioral change client. Fix issue in dealing with authentication failures. SMTP client, the SMTP client can't deal with soft failure during authentication, so cause a hard failure instead. The limitation in how I design my SMTP client. You can't fail and keep the connection alive if authentication fails, because I didn't have that as a separate step. You're a professional at telling bad jokes? I'm a professional at not understanding jokes. They just go way over my head. Okay, so next problem to fix. Pass any extra text. Right, so we're going to... This is in preparation of doing this. I want to fix the auth so it allows registering multiple mechanisms. And actually, I wanted to look at this. I saw a setting here just a moment ago that I think might help me out with that. It says allow plain text authentication. If I turn that on, I wanted to see if the advertised... right now it advertises only login auth, but maybe it'll advertise plain as well. That's what I want to see, because I want to see two mechanisms that it will allow me to use. Let's try it again. And then I look at my logs. Sorry, I didn't mute in time. My apologies. I need to get better at muting the mic before I cough. That was a fail, a streamer fail. All right. Yep, it now advertises plain in addition to login. You know what would be extra sweet is if it also supported Scram, but I don't think it does. I don't think anything in here, I don't see anything in here that allows me to turn on Scram, so. Okay, good night. Volhui1998. Once upon a time in Maine, there was a console read key. Can't wait for the next bit of the story. All right, so yeah, I'm going to allow multiple authentication mechanisms, rank them by preference, choose the highest rank which the server supports. So in order to do this, we need to get the extension, the advertisement. So that advertisement was where? Logs again. I should just keep it open. The advertisement's here. I don't know why they do this, but they break it up into they don't break it up into lines. They just put NL for new line, but this is really what you see over the wire. Is you'll see this just says what the name of the server is, and then this is the size extension advertisement, the authentication extension advertisement, and the help extension advertisement. So for auth, I want this string to be given to SMTP auth so that it can say, oh, well, login and plain are supported. I will pick login because it's better, or plain because whatever. I'll just rank them equally, because aren't they the same? They're both sending it in the clear. Technically, I think plain is better because it includes the authorization identity and login does not. They'll probably rank plain higher than login. Login is, I think, marked deprecated anyway. So anyway, to get those strings and to modify SMTP. So we're making a new test, right? I think it's in this thing. It advertises it. Yeah, so let's put something in there. I can use whatever extension I want, right? Let's use the foo extension. So, poggers. Sounds good to me. So we'll take this. And duplicate it. And we'll say supported extension given, what is it called? I'm going to use the same term. So I'm going to look it up. What is the term called? The extension model. Blah, blah, blah. Additional parameters. Oh no, it consists of, okay, never mind. That's not it. Okay. I didn't see the definition there, so I'm gonna keep looking. Is it here? I just didn't see it. It's here somewhere. I'm gonna find it. Here somewhere. I must find what they call the thing. Oh, was that it? Header fields? No. That's not it. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong... Am I looking at the wrong document? No, that's the correct document. Okay, this is, yeah, how you define a new extension. Here somewhere. Must find it. Okay, it's in here some. I think I'm getting close here. Client initiation. So when we say hello, that means we do support extensions. Hello. First step is, no, there's 3 steps. Okay, it's not. Let's skip right over it. Shoot, where? This is not good. I can't find anything that I'm looking for. Oh, it might be the response to the hello, right? Hello. So this is what client commands? SMTP commands, so it's probably in responses, right? That it just defines it. No, here's the command argument syntax. Wait a minute. We're still in 4.1. Okay, so is it what, 4.2? There we go, replies. Here we go, getting closer. Oh, this is interesting to know. Positive completion, positive intermediate, transitive negative, permanent negative. And syntax information connections on mail system. That's interesting. So it defines what each of the 3 digits means. And this is really, 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 really detailed. Sorry this is taking so long. It's really important to me to use the right terms. You know, one thing I don't guard against is that, but we're not talking to a hostile server, are we? Not so important. Leaving strategy. I swear I saw this before. Okay, I missed it. Find it. They just call it parameters associated with it. Okay, I'm just going to call them parameters. Support extension given parameters. All right. Sorry for that long distraction there. Just trying to find the right word. I think parameters is the best word we can come up with. So make the extension, register it. Then this will end up sending the client a message saying foo with parameters poggers. And I don't need to go any further, correct? I don't think I do. I think that's all I need to do. I don't need this either. So the foo extension should have been triggered. How do I get a hold of that? Oh, wait a minute. I already have a hold of it. There it is. So we can expect equal poggers. I need to ask the extension what parameters it got, though. It's going to just be, let's keep it a string. So we need to give the extension parameters. And then I need to have something in the interface where I can give it its parameters. I suppose it's just a new method we have, right? So let's make a new one. Virtual void configure. Let's call it configure. Parameters. Well. Set up the extension to be used in communicating with an SMTP server. This contains any text included by the SMTP server when this extension was listed as supported. Okay, so then the test extension is going to override that and just store them. And then we just verify that we got them, right? So, oh, that won't link. I need to have a default implementation of that wherever this guy is. So right here. So remove the virtual, put in client extension in front, and it can just remain empty. Okay, and then we run empty tests again. It fails because poggers doesn't get given to it, so now we got to implement it. All right, so where do we know that it's activated? That's in dealing with the response to LO, right? The options. Right, so we get the extension name, and I suppose what we should do is if it was passed in, if we find it, so let's actually find it first. So auto oh no, that's searching the set, right? Yeah. No, it's searching this map of strings to extension instances. So I want to store that. So it's auto extensions entry equals that. If extensions entry is not the end, then we support it, and additionally we want to go to the actual instance and call configure and pass in parsed message text substring from delimiter +1. Skip that space. Right? That should fix it. Ooh, it crashed. What was the crash? Invalid string position. Okay. Oh, right. It could be the end. Yes. Okay. I got that wrong. This delimiter could be the end of the string if we couldn't find a space at all. So, what does find return again? Size t? Okay, so, well, really, technically it returns size type, right? So, standard string. Well, we can make it a size t, whatever. Actually, what we should do is decal type delimiter it. Parameters start equals delimiter, right? +1. But if it was no position, then the parameters start equals delimiter. And we'll use that in place of there. Green lights, yay! Okay, so that's one feature add. This is a very iterative process if you haven't figured it out. I make one little change at a time, and each one changes a little commit. So this is adding extension, add configure method. Provide the extension with any parameters given by the SMTP server. Okay, now we're going to use that in SMTP auth to we're going to allow registering multiple mechanisms, and we know which ones the server supports because that's the parameters. So we'll parse the parameters for the split it by space, and we'll get the actual mechanism supported. Pick the highest ranking one. So we're going to work on SMTP auth. All right, so the setup, instead of configure, we're going to change it. We're going to make two mechanisms, I think. Yeah, let's duplicate this. We'll have two mechanisms. Actually, there's no reason to make two classes. I'll make one class which has an custom constructor. And it will be given what string to provide in the initial response, right? Because why not? Initial response. Mechanism. Initial response is initial response. Okay. And I should mark that as explicit. Did I not spell it right? Oh, the whole thing is misspelled everywhere. Mechanism. Okay, fixed. The tests make two of them. Test makes one of them. Let's make two of them. Mech1 and mech2. So one will return PogChamp. Okay, I need to fix this. Return some different response. So one will be PogChamp. And the other one will be feels bad man. Okay, and then we will register both of them. So one will be called foo and the other one will be called bar. So here's the go ahead. It should wait a minute, what is this? How does this work? Oh, send go ahead is special, right? No, it's not. Hold on. We're supposed to the extension needs to be configure needs to be called on it to tell it what it's used. Okay, so let's do that. So it'll be auth.configure. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I have a problem because I can't call this one configure. It'll clash with this one's configure. So, oh, well, I'll just fix it now. That should be register anyway. This adds an authentication mechanism to be supported, but to be used if supported. And I want to include a rank as well. Let's add it here. This is the rank to, this is used to select from multiple supported mechanisms. If this is used to select from multiple mechanisms where the selected one is chosen, where the one with the higher rank is selected. Okay. Size T, or let's just make it an int rank. All right, and then what I can do in the test is I can say foo is rank 1 and bar is rank 2. Right, so here, auth.configure. Now I can say the parameters. So for these ones that don't matter, I think I'll just do foo. Because that one returned PogChamp, right? I just don't want to break the old tests. And then source, so this configure becomes rank. I mean a register. Int rank, and then okay, so now I have to, I guess I'll just make a map for these mechanisms. Right, so this I'll need to put into another structure. So the struct mechanism. So there's the name and, well no, the name is the key. Or should I make, no. That's key then. And then I'll put the rank in here. This is the, well, this is, let's copy from here. There we go. This is used to select from multiple supported mechanisms where the one with the highest rank is selected. Okay. This holds information about one SASL mechanism, one registered SASL mechanism. Okay. Then I'm going to make this into a map. So we'll say this contains all registered SASL mechanisms. Keyed by, keyed by the name, the SMTP server recognizes for the mechanism. All right, and then so this becomes a map from name to shared pointer to mechanism. Mechanisms, or mechs for short. So we need map for that. Come on, compile for me. Yes, it does. I included map. Lag. There we go. All right. So register is going to make a new mechanism. And then the name. Okay, I don't need to call it impl. Or mech impl. I can just call it impl. So mech impl is mech impl. Mech rank equals rank, and then impl mechs. Actually, I'm gonna do it this way. Auto reference mech equals mechs mech name, and then I can just do that. There we go. So this does an insert and returns us a reference to it, and then we can fill it in. Yeah, it does. Why is this? Isn't IntelliSense just slow for me today? Oh no, it's a shared pointer. Oh, it doesn't need to be a shared pointer. It's, oh, this is the wrong type. Right, that's just mechanism. There we go. And then how do we use it? Depends on the selected mechanism. So we select based off of how we are configured, correct? I think on go ahead we should do the selection because I don't know which will be called first, register or configure. I need to actually overload configure. Override, I mean. That's here. Before modify, before here. Override. Or is extra protocol. Okay, so right here. Client configure. So I don't know which one we call first, register or configure. So here we'll just store it. Oh, I need to break it up, right? So supported mix. And then can I leverage my string? Yeah, I can. I'm including system abstraction, so I can leverage the system abstraction I made. Really, it's a utility. String extension. I have a nice string utility I made called split. The system abstraction split the string by a space. And let's add that to here somewhere. How about here? So this is a vector of strings. Actually, let me think about this. I think that's okay. Yeah. So these are the names of the SASL mechanisms that the SMTP server supports. Okay. Now, do I have vector? I don't have vector. Let's add vector. All right. Now, on the go ahead, we're going to select a mechanism. So I need to have a selected mechanism. And I only really care about this part. So let's pull this out. Actually, we can get the whole reference, right? No. This is simpler. So this will be selected mech. This is the mechanism selected for use in the authentication. All right. So the go ahead probably makes sense to, oh, what do we do here? Just, we'll have a helper function called select mechanism. Select best mechanism, best supported mechanism. So that's a helper up here. Methods. All right. Find the highest ranked SASL mechanism. Highest ranked SASL mechanism registered that is also supported by the SIMP server. Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is track the highest rank so far. Highest, well, selected rank, I guess. And we will go ahead and clear selected mech just in case it was previously set. And then we're just going to loop through. So const auto, what is it called? Supported mechs, but singular in supported mechs. And then say auto. Let me use const, I guess. Const auto mech equal, or it's really, we're looking up in the mechs, right? So it's mechs entry equals mechs find supported mech. If mechs entry is equal to mechs end, then continue. We don't support it. If we do support it, if selected mech is null, we haven't selected one yet, or the mechs entry second rank is greater than the selected rank, then selected rank, selected mech equals mechs entry second impl and selected rank mechs entry second rank. There we go. So we might not select one. That's fine. what we can do is we can abort early, right? So if impl selected mech is, so if we don't support anything, we can just return early here, and then if we get to here, we can just always return false. So we can just abort right away. That works, right? Actually, we'll never send our initial message. It's going to get deadlocked, won't it? I think I want go ahead to return something. Let me write this down. I need to have that, so let me do that next after this. So add return value to extension. It's empty extension client. Go ahead. In order for extensions. Oh wait. There's a more elegant way I can do this. What I can do is when we get to is stage needed here, I can put another thing here saying impl selected mech is not equal to null pointer. Then if we have no mechanism what we can support, we just don't do authentication. It'll just go ahead without authentication if none is supported. And then if it works, right? All right, so this is guaranteed. Well, is this guaranteed? Yeah, we shouldn't be told to go ahead if we said false, so we don't need to check that. So mech impl becomes selected mech. Oh, we need to remember the name. Shoot. All right, well, I'll get that in a second. And this is also handle server message. Is that called all the time? Handle server. I think it's only called after we're yeah, that's only if we're told to go ahead. Okay, so this is fine. I don't need to do this. Yeah, I need to store the selected mech name though. I guess that's just another variable I have. Yeah, that's probably best. This is the name that the SMTP server recognizes for the selected mechanism. Okay, I just need to remember to set that when we do the selection. So selected mech name is selected as supported mech. All right. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't break anything. Actually, I did the code first before I did the test, didn't I? That's bad. I shouldn't do that. Okay, Newman needs to change to build correctly, which makes sense because I shortcutted it. I only so it's register login rank 1 because we want to have 3 different authentication mechanisms, right? Login, plain, and scram. And scram needed an additional setup, right? Set hash function. And I wanted to use a hash SHA-256. Its block size is hash SHA-256 block size. And the digest size is 256. Oh ho ho. All right, and then we can register 3 different authentication mechanisms. login, plain, and then I need to look this up. I don't know exactly what the keyword is for Scram 256. The Scram SHA-256. It's in this one, okay. I guess that's it. What's the plus mean? What's plus? I guess it's described here. The suffix plus. Used when the server supports channel binding. Okay, so I don't support that, so never mind. I think that's the keyword. Let's make sure. They have an example exchange, that'll be nice. Oh, okay, they don't. I guess that's just the name, right? Okay, so that's the name for Scram 256. Okay, so that's rank 2. We'll say that's rank 3. That should be plain there. So we're supporting all 3 of these, and we rank them. So we prefer Scram. If we can't get Scram, then next would be plain. Then you can't get next, then logins. The go-to, right? So I need to capture all of these authentication. We don't know which one will get picked. Yeah, we want to set credentials on all of them. That'll work. So it'll end up using whichever mechanism is selected. They all have the credentials we need. Okay, so let's go back to the unit tests. I don't think I finished there. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, it's foo and bar. So this should say. Oh wait a minute. What am I doing? What was I doing here? Where's foo bar? No, that's the name, right? So it should be whatever is selected, which is selected here. So it should say foo and foo again. Fooey. Right. I didn't add a test. Let me just make sure this works. So if this all works, then nothing's broken, and I can add the selection for bar and for none as well. I need a test for that. That's where is it? I don't see SMTP auth. Did not get included. Here it is. Ooh, I broke it. 121. Oh, probably because it's not selected, right? Yeah, okay, we need to select it. Actually, that's my test for if it's not selected, right? Is protocol staging to ready to send mech supported? And then this one is no mech supported. And this will be spam. We didn't register spam, so we should get a false. Okay, that's still broken. We're getting a false even though we configured foo. So it's time to debug it. That should go into the here. It wasn't selected. Okay, fine. Why didn't it get selected? We selected on the go ahead. Oh, we selected on go ahead. Shoot. We need to select it on is needed. Yeah, okay, I did the it's chicken and the egg problem. So we need to, if this is true, then do the selection. And then, or, okay, otherwise, we can shortcut this. If it's done or it's not equal to that, we return false. Otherwise, we select the mechanism, and then we return if we have selected one. There we go. All green is good. So I need to add the other test, though, for selecting bar. So let's do go ahead foo, and then we'll have go ahead bar. And then this was feels bad, man. I think it was. Yay. Okay, and then I need to have a... Oh no, that's all I need, right? Oh no, go ahead foo bar, and it should select the higher ranked one. Foo and bar, and it should pick bar, right? Whatever one I had higher ranked. Should pick bar. Cool. Okay, so we're done. That's all I needed. Check it in. Nothing there. So SMTP auth this is where the changes are. Wow, we've gone 45 minutes without anyone chatting. How are you guys doing? Are you all resident sleeper now? Have you all left me? How are you guys doing? Anybody do anything cool today that you want to brag about or just mention? Anybody invent anything new or working on a game or get promoted recently? Come on, wake up. Just lurking, huh? If you're lurking, you can continue lurking. That was a little subtle spelling mistake I had in there. I guess I get nervous when there's no chat at all for a real long time. I'm like, did I drive everyone away? Okay, so what do I do here? Support multiple auth mechanisms, selecting the best one. Lurk, lurk, lurk. Trying to learn Rust. Nice. Reading an article in quotes about writing Git from scratch. Writing Git from scratch sounds fun. Thanks for the follow, I am robot. You are robot. Thank you for following. Sorry for my dorky humor, by the way. If you don't appreciate it, then I apologize. Okay, so I'm getting further. Little incremental steps. We're ranking mechanisms by preference. Choose the highest ranking one. Oh, I was gonna do that. And to avoid having to do what I did in Newman here. I was just gonna have it. I was gonna have set credential go through the auth directly. Nice to see professional CVP code. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so let's change the unit test first. Changing requirements, right? It means changing the test because we change what we expect. Actually, I think I need it to be another. Oh no, I don't need it to be another thing. It's just a new requirement. So I suppose that is. Yeah, it's only on standalone test. Let's put it at the end, and we'll call it set credentials. So we'll configure both foo and bar, and then we'll just say auth.set credentials, just like Newman does. Set credentials. Hunter2, which, oh, you guys see 7 stars there, but I see Hunter2. And then Alex. And what do I expect to happen? Both foo and bar, both mech1 and mech2 should have the credentials. So Hunter2 or mech1 arrow password. And username. And then same thing for mech2. That's all I need to check, I think. So, a couple things don't exist here. I don't have the storing of the username and password. So let's store them. So credentials is password. And username, I'm not going to worry about authorization identity. That's in the standard, but I'm not going to use it in this test. And this needs to be defined. So here we go. We're going to, actually, can I just copy? I'm just going to cheat and copy from where exactly? Mechanism. That's in SASL. SASL include mechanism. It's got a set credentials, so I'm just going to copy that and move and make a copy here under client. There we go. Set the identities and credentials to use an authentication. Look at that. It's all nice and ready to go. And really, this is just a convenience method, right? So I put it after register. That doesn't need to be virtual. It's a concrete class. And then client goes in front, and then we're just going to loop through and do it for all of them. And that is for auto mech and impl mechs mech dot or second arrow impl dot impl arrow set credentials, and then we just pass through credentials, authentication, authorization. There we go. Oops, what did I do wrong? Set credentials redefinition. Oh, I did redefine it. Look at that. Not allowed to do that. I'm getting hungry. I've been going 3.5 hours? Crap. How close am I to being done? I'm not too, actually not too bad. I've been trying to do 4 hours. I'll probably get done with this, and if I'm feeling good, I'll keep going. And let's try that. Yay, okay. That was easy. This is client, add set credentials method. This method simply forwards given credentials to all registered mechanisms. Did I close that prematurely? Git log -1, please. It looks okay. Yep. Okay, we're good. We good. Okay, what's next? I should probably test Newman again. Make sure I didn't break him. Don't want to break Newman. No. Okay. Running Newman again. There we go. Oh, I should clear out my mailbox. Clear it out. Okay. Nothing, no messages. Okay. And then Newman, do your thing. Oh, I think the password's still bad, right? Oh, no, look, I broke it. Timeout. What does it show in the log? It authenticated, but didn't continue. Interesting. 235 authenticated and it didn't continue. What did it used to do? It used to just go. Broke something. Okay, what'd I break? What broke? It should have sent on done true, which does on stage success true. On stage complete is a function we stored in go ahead. Did I break something in SMTP then? It's given extension stage complete success should have transitioned. Oh wait. When it transitions, it sees if it needs to go again, right? I wonder if it is because I'm using plain authentication. Before I was using login, right? Now it's using plain. I wonder if there's something wrong with the plain authentication. Oh, that's right. Because it's a single transaction instead of two. Yeah. So what would that look like? That's called the initial response. Would that be an auth then? Where this is done? In go ahead? I think it's in go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, so there's the initial response. So we send that, and then we should get one back. Yeah, it should have been, Should still have, it should have still worked. Because this would have sent the message. It won't do that. And later it would receive a message back. And when it would have given it to the extension. And then done to continue, so fall out of the loop. Oh, wait. Is that it? No, because that would have called our transition. It should have called that. It'll ask the auth again. When it go, oh, maybe that's the problem. It's going into the auth. It should have been done though. It should have returned false. Okay, let me debug this. I need to update this because I changed where I put the email. It's Newman / that. Okay. Let's see what happens when I get to. Let's put a breakpoint there, and put a breakpoint in here. Actually, hold on. Clear all breakpoints. Put one here. Put one there, and then in SMTP we'll put one here. Well, no. Here? We're gonna be in the on the done. Where is that? This one. Okay, now go. I guess I did want one there. Select, so that it picked plain, right? Okay, go. Then it goes ahead. That's interesting. It exited. Maybe because I took too long. No, that's just now, right? Okay, yeah, it went too far. It never got here for some reason. I wonder. Timing out. Let's see what happens when it gets here. So go. Go. All right, so handle the message. Done. Oh, did it get here or here? Oh, it did get a success. Continue, okay. And then what's it do next? Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If it clear all this out. It should have gotten to here. Why didn't it? Or did it? It did get there. There is a promise ready. It says it's timed out though. I think that yeah, I need to adjust the timeout a bit for Newman for a second. 5 seconds is too short. How about 500 seconds for now? So that I can debug and have it not time out too soon. Okay. Go. Go. That's weird. Let me put something down here. Timeout waiting to set up the email happens. I guess this is a wait feature, right? Here, well, you either reach here or here or here. All right. There's the ready. And then there's two readies. Why are there two readies? It says it's sent. How come that works and then this doesn't work? Okay, that's very strange. Is it a race condition of some kind? Let me see. No, it's sending it. When I run it in the debugger, it just works. What am I doing wrong here? Newman.exe. Is there more than one Newman.exe? Why would it make a difference if I run it in the debugger or not? Everything in debugger, so it always works, yeah. Frustrating. Okay, let me temporarily turn off plain. Maybe it has something to do with plain authentication. It shouldn't, but let me disable it. Actually, all I need to do is just not register it. Oh, you know, I don't need to do this either. Yeah, I can just do auth. It has something to do with plain authentication. I don't know what it is. Maybe some kind of race. That's my guess. So when I turn on plain authentication, then it gets stuck. Actually, I think I might know what it is. I think it is a race. I think I am getting the promise after... I'm getting the feature after the promise is set, and the way I have it set there, you need to get it first. So let me think about this. It's this, this one. Right, getting that. We need to get that before we connect. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. It's a race condition. I hate race conditions. So the race, I'll show you guys what the race condition is. We tell it to connect to server, and that ends up calling connect, which calls asynchronously. We do the connection process, where at the end it starts receiving data, right? And through this delegate, and then as we're receiving information, we're processing it. So we'll quickly get down through the messages to we'll receive the we'll receive the PogChamp, we'll send back the hello, we'll receive all of these lines, and then it'll actually go into start authenticating, and it'll actually completely authenticate like before this function call ever returns, this connect returns, right? So it's already been authenticated at that point. The problem is after we call connect to server, then we call this function, which gets the future, and what that does is it makes a new promise and pushes it onto this vector, right? But the previous vector has already been processed, so it's too late. So the solution, I think, is I need to pass in the future and not actually get it here. I need to get it first. I need to get it way before then. I need to get it before we even connect. So I guess that's up here. Before we even connect, get a promise or get a future for when we're ready or the connection's been broken. And then we'll pass it, we'll have to pass it into the this one. Does that need client anymore? No, so we can just pass in that future, which is standard future bool, right? Yep. So we don't need client anymore, and it is technically changed by getting the value. This is the future end of the promise set when the SMTP client server is either ready to accept the next email or the connection has been between them has broken. So we need to pass that in. Can't get it. Okay, so this just becomes ready or broken. And why can't I do that? Because it's not a reference. Yeah. Okay. Now it works. Make sure I was using plain authentication. Yeah, there we go. Plain authentic, and then we do it. All right. And while I'm at it, let me change the password and see that it fails correctly still. Problem sending the email. Okay. That leads me probably into the next thing. I want to get diagnostics working, so because I want to see this message. Authentication failed. I don't know why it says restarting. I guess it means we can issue another auth if we want. But yeah, okay. Glad that I fixed that. Let me check in that fix. There was no change here, right? Yeah, it was in Newman. Can't you just do something like tail -f? Yeah, it's probably smart. So let's do that. Sometimes I just do things brute force because I'm not really thinking about it. I have to go to C program files. This is a Windows shell. C:/cd program files. hmail logs tail -f logs for today. There we go. So now we can in this shell run it and see it goes there. A failed. A fail. Switch it back. A success. Probably have a lot of mail piled up now, right? Look at that. I got a lot of mail from Bob. I mean, from Alex. You're eating hot dogs. I'm hungry. Can I have one? Get content file name wait. Oh, that's PowerShell? Hey, I'm up to learning something. So if I want to do PowerShell, you're saying I would do get content hmail server 14-wait. All right, cool. That works too. Nice. One thing that it did that I'm not so happy about is it catted the whole file. So is there one for PowerShell to like only give me the end of it, like tail does? See how it's like scroll? I guess you can't really see it because I have low frame rate, but one thing that's nice about tail is it doesn't show the whole file, it just shows the end. Okay, clear out my old emails. Because I just ran it twice. And then we're good with that. Oh, I was going to check it in. Right, so I don't want that change. Let's stage all this and unstage the ones I don't want. So I do not want that. I do need that, and these are separate commits. So let's throw that one away. And what I'll unstage for now is the bug fix. So unstage. So this one was just aggregate credentials through SMTP auth. And then this one was about fix race condition. And we can say it's possible for authentication to complete. And, well, it's really, in general, it's possible for the SMTP client to be ready to send the email even before connect returns. So do not wait until after. Actually, that's the next paragraph. Also, the method I'm using, get ready or broken future, always creates a new promise. So if the condition occurred before this call, the new promise is never set. So do not wait until after connect to get the ready broken promise feature. There we go. There's a parameter tail num. See, there's a parameter for everything. That's the thing with PowerShell. PowerShell's cool, but I just don't know what all the parameters are. Push that. You never bother with it because tail seems to do it. Okay. Status. I'm kind of fond of Unix commands though. PowerShell's all nice and well and good, but I'm kind of used to my Unix stuff. All right. Well, thanks for looking that stuff up. Probably valuable to other people watching. All right, so adding diagnostics. So this will allow me to get a nicer error message. So this is kind of mechanical in nature. I already did diagnostics in a bunch of other places, so I'm really just adding it. I guess we'll add them to SMTP first. So where's an example I can copy from? I'm going to copy from something recent. AWS, maybe? Diagnostics here? Nope. Something with diagnostics, please. I guess I can look into my own Realm server here. Diagnostics. Okay, yeah, we want that. So that will go in empty source. No, include. Here. And then, right, we have a method to make a new subscription, and it returns a delegate we can call to unsubscribe. So we're going to add that here. This method forms a new subscription of diagnostic messages published by the class, yada, yada, yada. And then do I need anything else? It's just that simple. Okay. So I'll steal from the source to get the implementation of that. That's this. Let me pin that. Okay. And then go to here. It goes right after the constructor. So right here. Oops. Key slip. Okay. And then I don't have a shared, but I need that diagnostic sender. Well, thanks for the follow. Ping a lark. Here's the sender. It's a helper object used to publish diagnostic messages. This is, again, built into my system abstractions library. I did this like ages ago. So we just need to store it in our implementation object. Oh, which means I need to have a constructor for it. Oh well. I'm going to put it right here. So I need a constructor. Oh, I didn't have a break between properties and methods? How could I? Did I not have a methods marker? Wow. I never bothered to do that? Wow, okay. Alright. That would be right here. And say, I shouldn't just copy from here, right? Constructor. Wait a minute. Oh, it's in shared, that's right. You don't use Unix tools on Windows? Couldn't remember having any issues? Yeah. And I don't remember if like tail for me is Sigwin or, let's see which one it is. I think that means it's Sigwin. Although it's difficult to tell, and if I'm in this shell, I think it's Sigwin, but I'm not sure. Because I do have Sigwin installed. Okay, yeah, so I need one of these. Looks like I didn't bother to document my constructor. I'll just say this is the default constructor of the class structure in this case. And that is impl. And we're not calling it executor, we are calling it SMTP or SMTP. Echo system should return Sigwin if on Sigwin. Well, that's if it's the shell, right? This shell isn't Sigwin. This one is min-gw get, so it's slightly different. What I would want to know is like which tail.exe is it running, and I guess one way to do it would be to run it, and then look at Task Manager, and look for tail, and look at the there was a way to add this column, right? Was it showed open? Go to details, right? Yeah, it's Cygwin. Cygwin tail, indeed. And then what if I run it from here? I don't know. Doesn't matter what I... Sure, list all the possibilities. Read me. If I run that tail, which one is it? That one's the min-gw tail, see? So I don't always know what I'm running, because there's some overlap between the min-gw get stuff and Cygwin. I don't really care. It all just works for me, so I'm not too worried about it. So it depends on what shell I'm in. Oh, yours returns that? Yeah, for some reason, what am I running here technically? This is, I think this is bash. How would I find that out? It's like in the settings. Maybe not. Tasks. Oh, here we go. Get-cmd.exe. Con emu msys264.exe user bin bash.exe. So it's running bash. You might be running something different. The Windows subsystem for Linux? I don't run it, and everyone should know about this bug. So Windows ephemeral ports bug. There's a bug in WSL that you should know about. You can actually run out of TCP ports because there's a bug in WSL where if you run stuff a lot, like this guy was running MySQL, Bitcoin, Qt, other stuff, he eventually exhausted all the ephemeral ports, and you just can't get to the internet anymore until you reboot. And there's he's got a lot of discussion about it, how it's been reproduced, but check it out. Bug is still open. Still haven't fixed it. It's been over a year, so be careful about that. I think it was one of you guys, N. Perry or Hideo, that pointed this out. That if you use WSL and you run out of ports and the internet stops working, now you know why. Reboot will fix it. Hideo, yeah. Okay. So that, and now I have a diagnostics sender I can play with. And let's test it out. So from Newman, we'll register it. We'll right when we make it, we'll say client.subscribe, and then, not send, subscribe. And, well, yeah, just know about the bug. Apparently it takes days, and you have to be doing some really heavy networking. Just know that if you can't connect to the internet anymore, now you know why. Otherwise, I heard it's okay. So the delegate is the diagnostics publisher. The minimum level, yeah, let's see all the diagnostics at first. And we have to actually post something, so let's post things. Let's go ahead and post whenever something is sent or received. Where's the send done? Send message directly, right? And that puts in a new line, which we don't want. How many places do we call send directly? I guess we can just take the new line off of it. We can assume that, assume makes an ass out of you and me, by the way. Can I assume that it always ends in a character return line feed and then just strip those off? Let's do that. So, diagnostics sender dot send string? Yeah, send string. And the level will be a very lowest level, so basically debug level, and then the message will be send, or let's model it after the specs. So it's C colon for client, S colon for server, and then we'll add message.substring length -2. And then I want another one for the server side. So that's when we break up a message, right? Yeah. When we disassemble it. That's probably the best place. So we'll put it here. S. And then that one is line. Actually, I want to put it at the top. I want to put it up here. Or really, we should do it not when we disassemble it, but when we are assembling it, right? Yeah. Let's do it here. Well, wait a minute. Okay, it's more convenient to put it there. Also, in some recent updates, it seems they made you install WSL from Windows Store. Ugh, what face? Ugh. Rather than the old way, and it broke your existing installation. You don't really care about. Yeah, I wouldn't care about it. I hate the Windows Store. Can I tell you how much I hate the Windows Store? Big one comes from the next server. It does indeed. That's what I use. I use that to talk to my Linux box. Okay, let's see this in action. So now Newman should be a lot more chatty. Hey, look at that. Oh, I guess we didn't break that one up into lines. I guess that's okay. But anyway, now we get diagnostics, so we can see all the messages to and from, so I don't even really need to look at that server-side log. We can see it right here. All right, so it sent the entire email headers as one chunk, and then the body is one chunk, instead of breaking it up into lines. I think that's okay for now. All right, I'm happy with that. And then let's add some, if it ever happens, well, let's test this out. What happens when we get a failure? So, bad password, try again. Maybe this is good enough, because I see that. Oh, but it's still level 0. I want a higher level message that has that in it. So what I will do is, that's from the authentication stage, right? What if I hack it even more? So instead of, in addition to bad password, we will use bad hostname. Localhost. Yeah, see, now we're not getting the message that we couldn't connect at all. So I want to have a message for that. Yeah, it's just exactly. And how are you doing, Adam? This is a bit different from what we see on Adam's stream, but you should check out Adam's stream. In my time zone, he starts streaming these days around 9 p.m., but he's in Australia, so for him it's a lot earlier, and it's earlier and it's later because it's always the next day for him. But he streams developing his game Insignia, which is a Unity-based Metroidvania-style game. You should check him out. Yeah, this is going to be a bit different from Adam's stream because I'm doing low-level C++. I made a little program from scratch that sends email, so it connects to the server, it talks the language, the protocol for SMTP, it even does authentication, and here we were testing where it failed, and up here we had it succeed, and then send the mail. And then I have a little mail client. I use Thunderbird to verify it actually got received in the mailbox. And then I also use a local mail server. So I'm not going out to the network or anything. It's all tested locally. And the whole point of this is I'm making a platform for a multiplayer game. And one of the things that the platform needs to be able to do is send you emails if you forget your password, right? So I like to do stuff from scratch, and the sending email is no exception. So a lot of people would just pick a library that does this for them. I'm just doing it myself. And by April, hopefully, if not April, then May, I will be actually switching to game dev. And I should show, since Adam's here, and I'm in his channel a lot, he probably hasn't seen this, but I have a little prototype, and I can like show my level of pixel art, which is nowhere near Adam's level. A little mock-up I made. So if I go to build, and I run the backend here, and then, okay, this will take a minute, because the front end is right now in React, and React takes like a minute to start up. Gotta do npm start, and then I have to sit here and wait. Maybe while it's waiting, I'll do something else. I'll show you a little mock-up of some of the concepts, the art, or at least the level of art to expect at first, and yeah, just give you a taste of what will be coming along on Raimu's stream in a while. Okay, yeah, while we're waiting on that, I'm adding a diagnostic message for when the connection fails. So connection is an asynchronous function. Down, where is it? Connect. It's asynchronous, and inside this asynchronous context, we call the synchronous connect, and that can fail. And where do we know it fails? Okay, it fails in many different places. So here's possible ways it can fail. It can fail because we couldn't find the address. And I have a special marker for this. Diagnostic sender level warning. We'll make it a warning, and we'll say unable to determine IP address of SMTP server. We'll just keep it simple. And then this is if it fails to connect, so we'll just say unable to connect. And let's try that. And my mockup is almost ready to run, looks like. Any reason why I don't use Docker? No real reason why I'm not. I guess there's just no reason to use it right now. I might use it in the future. Okay, so I guess I need another shell. Now I got 4 shells, 5 of them. I wanted to run Newman one more time here. Newman test email, and then we're using the test mail certificate, right? There we go. Unable to determine IP address of server. It's a level 5 message. Okay, so the mockup is ready to show. Have I written one of these before? I've never written a game before, but I have written a lot of networking stuff in the past. So the work I'm doing today with this sending the email, I've done this kind of thing a lot before, but I've never made a game. So you can feel free to laugh at my pitiful attempt. But then keep in mind, it only took me 5 days to do this, so it was a really quick mock-up. So I'm showing the debug menu here for a reason, and that is I want to show the communication between the game's backend and the game's front end. So the front end is in the browser, and you'll have like a little canvas here in which you'll have UI elements, and one of them will be, log into the game. So there's no full login system. Right now it's just connect, there's no password. And then when we connect, we'll see a network connection pop up. We'll see a lot of things happen, which is why I'm explaining it now before you see it. You'll see the game appear, and we'll be able to play it instantly, and then you'll see a socket show up here, and we can click on it and see the traffic. I'll click it, click on the socket, and you can see the traffic there. And then while I hurriedly try to run away from these ghosts and not get killed. So this is this mock-up of a game is modeled after the Atari game Gauntlet from I think it was 1982. But it's an old game, so it was easy to mock up in just a few days. So it's showing a bunch of things. The art style that I'm going to start with is just very, very basic 2D tile-based pixel art, because I know nothing about pixel art, which is why I watch Adam's stream and others. And the communication with the backend, again, it's over a WebSocket, so it's a bi-directional communication. All the white messages here are from the server to the client, and all the green ones are from the client back to the server. So the messages to the server are very simple for this mockup. It's when when we hold down a movement key or release a movement key, we send a message. And when we fire our weapon, it's the same thing, only it's fire. So here I was moving and then firing, throwing my axe. And then on the other end, it's a lot more complicated. So all of the information on the screen needs to be communicated by the server because the game is run on the server, not the client. So the health, the number of potions to draw, the score, and then all the sprites that move. So instead of retransmitting all of the sprites, we only transmit the differences. So in this particular frame, the only thing that changed was the axe moved to 6 by 10 at Z level 2, and it was spinning in phase 0. So that's the only thing. If I go to the top, the very first message is a big one because that's the first message that had to draw all the sprites. So there are 207 sprites, one for each tile, and then an extra ones for the things on top, right? I can click on any particular tile and see, okay, the first one was the hero, second one was a monster, another monster, the bones, which is the monster generator, and then it drew the treasures next. And after a while, the rest of them are all walls and floors. So there's a wall, there's a floor. You get the idea. So this is all JSON encoded over the wire. So this is 15K bytes. When you decipher it from JSON, it's a nice data structure. So it's really nice and convenient to debug. And on the back end, I was playing around with Entity Component System. So all of the components of the game are simple data structures. So the hero's component just holds on to the score, number of potions holding. The pickup is just one of these things. Position is just X and Y. Reward, which is attached to a monster, is how many points you score if you kill the monster. So very, very simple. I guess this would be the most complicated thing. How to draw a tile. It could be spinning. If it's spinning, what phase of the spin it's in. It could have a Z level. There's the name of the tile, so we know what to draw. And then these are for bookkeeping, so we know what changed and what we actually need to send to the client. The client sends the server key presses, yes. Does that mean if you drop packets, you won't move? Actually, if it drops packets, it will retransmit it because I'm picking TCP as my protocol. The WebSocket is over TCP, Transmission Control Protocol. And for that, whenever you drop a packet, the receiver will basically say, I didn't get that, and then the sender will just retransmit it. And so you don't actually drop packets. Instead, what will happen is you'll have lag. So it might take longer for these messages to get across. In the extreme case, it times out and then the whole connection drops. But you won't have drop packets at this level of protocol. The worst is either lag or disconnect. And I have this designed in the real game. If you disconnect, you just reconnect. Since all the state is on the server, all you'll notice is a momentary pause. Insert TCP IP joke here, sure. The movement will be delayed, yeah. Just like you'd expect in any kind of game, if there's network issues, you'll see lag. So I'll probably need to do some tricks on the client end, like predictive movement. Like you could be moving through the game. The client can maybe know that you're not going to hit a wall till you reach the bottom. So let's say there is some lag when I'm maybe halfway down. It might still show you walking. And then finally the server does say, yes, indeed, you did walk all the way down. And then you won't notice any lag. What you'd notice is if the server decides to put an obstacle in your way all of a sudden, you might see what you see in Minecraft or other games where it looks like you moved and then suddenly you jump back. And I think that's called rubber banding. And that's what Adam put in there. Yeah, you might see rubber banding if I do put predictive movement on the client side and then the server has to correct it. But ultimately the server has the final say. And I'm going to try to avoid the rubber banding issue. And if I can get away with not having to do predictive movement, that would be sweet because then the client could be really simple. Yep. So yeah, all of the components are simple data structures, and then all of the game logic is in the systems. And I was playing around with making them in Lua. I also made them in C++. The Lua is kind of fun. The systems there are 8 of them. The game systems, the way I have my ECS setup, is they're just functions you call once per game tick. And so every system has a chance to run every game tick. So for example, the hunger system, which is pretty small, says if it's not the 10th tick, then just don't do anything. So it only really does work once every 10 ticks. And its work is to go through all the heroes in the game. If they have a health and position, then subtract 1 from the health. If it reaches 0, then mark it as starved. And starved is we kill the entity. So kill doesn't delete the entity, because if you remember up here, the hero component holds on to the score. If I were to destroy the hero entity, the score would just go away. It would freeze or disappear, because we wouldn't have the data anymore. So what I decided to do, don't know if this is the right thing or not, is when you kill an entity, right now it just removes the entity's health and position. Or maybe it was just position, so that they're effectively off the map. Like if I get killed by these ghosts, it'll be removed from the map, but if I had a potion and if I had some treasure, those don't go away. So let me get killed here. It's an odd thing to say. Get killed. I'm gonna starve to death soon. 18 health. Come on, ghost. Finish me off. They do 10 damage if they run into you. Okay, see there. I got killed, but my score still persists because the hero's score component still is in the system. Just doesn't have a position anymore. So little tricks like that. I'm still learning entity component system, so I might have some of this wrong. But yeah, I set up this mock-up in a few days just to test out some of these theories and then show off like kind of what the graphics will be when we start up doing the game. But again, not for at least a couple weeks. I'm still setting up backend stuff. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions. It might be over your head, Adam, because I talk real fast and I skip things I shouldn't skip. So if you have any questions, let me know. Depends on how frequently game ticks happen. Yeah, so for this mock-up, because I'm running in the debugger a lot, I set it to really low tick rate. I think it was like 10 per second. You can kind of see it if I click the current WebSocket. You can see how quickly I think it's 10 times per second. Maybe it's even shorter than that. I can actually look at the times here and see it. I think it's less than 10 ticks per second. 10 with a bit of slop. Yeah, I was very loose in the timing, so it ends up being more like 7 ticks per second. Yeah, anyway, it's not supposed to be precise, it's just a prototype mock-up anyway, just to test some things out. So yeah, I'm going to get back to what I was doing with the email. And what was I doing? If we get an error, we get an overall error, but I'd kind of like to see more detail. Actually, you know what I want to do is I want to be able to get the address and have it go to the wrong port number next. So that's localhost, but then we'll add a 1 there, and we'll just run it again. Unable to connect, so that's a different error. But I kind of want to see it try, so... Well, thank you, Adam. Yeah, that's one thing that I have a challenge with the people coming in. I'd want them to understand, but there's a lot of foundational knowledge that people have to have, because I'm building... It's like I'm building off of a structure that has many floors already built. And like I'm up on the 3rd or 4th floor adding bricks. And if someone's at the ground floor, like saying, well, how did they build that first floor? I'm not explaining any of that. And so it's hard to understand stuff at the 2nd and 3rd level if you don't get the first level, right? Well, that was weird. My chat window like had to refresh for some reason. Anyway, yeah, that's always a challenge when you're building complicated systems to kind of explain things in a way people can understand them. Like, for example, like when I talk about how my server is built, there's a lot of pieces in there. So I made this diagram to kind of, it's like a map showing like where things are in the server. So when I'm talking and I'm talking about executor, you could say, oh, he's in this part of the server, and executor talks to its neighbors, right? But what exactly an executor is, what pieces of it are there, that it's hard to always get across, because there's a lot. This is pretty deep. This is only the first layer of it, and it goes pretty deep. So it's just something I gotta live with. Okay, see ya, Nui. Sleep well. That's what I do, by the way, to get ready for the next day before the day ends. Excellent. All right, so, oh, you're not sleeping yet. Just made ready for the next day, and now you're in bed. Okay. Well, take it easy. Is that the right way to say it? All right, so the port number, if it's wrong, I get unable to connect. I want to get lower level diagnostics, though, and I can do that. I just have to connect it together. When we make a connection object, we can connect things together. So here's the connection object. I can tell that connection, I want to subscribe to your diagnostics, and I'm going to take my diagnostics and chain it. So again, this is another of those cases where you might not know what the heck I'm doing because I'm using a class called network connection, and then this diagnostic sender is another class called diagnostic sender, which they're all my classes, so you'd have to have watched me write them or look them up in my GitHub or something. But what chain is doing, if I have this documented, I hope I do. Do I not? No, just can't find it for some reason. It returns a function which can be used to subscribe the sender to diagnostic messages published by another sender, which is why I called it chain. So you're like linking together two different publishers so that if this guy publishes a message, it'll be as if he published it, but with one level of indirection, and you'll see how that works in a second. So we'll subscribe, and now I'll get extra stuff whenever I run the program. So now I have this in addition to that. And the way it's chained is network connection is the inner guy, and the SMTP is the outer guy, and so they just kind of chain together. And if I had more stuff from network connection, we'd see it. So like if I if I set the correct port, we'll see a lot of more interesting stuff. You see a lot of low-level stuff about when the processor is waking up, trying to read from the socket, trying to write, mixed in. And so what we can do, because that's way low level, I have a mechanism here to tone it down a bit. I can say minimum level is 1, and now it will not be so verbose. And now we get a little bit of extra stuff. We know when we close the connection, and we'll know if there's an error, but otherwise it's nice. When we predict your gain state on the client is to store a confirmed in addition to a predicted. Yeah, that's right. So I'd have to do the prediction, which is the hard part. I'd have to have a lot of the game systems replicated on the client side, which I can do, especially if I pick a language that I can put into JavaScript or the browser, right? Exactly. So MLZRD, I don't know how to say your name, but that's exactly how you do it, I think. Okay, I also want to connect in the transport layer stuff, which is done here. And that also has subscribe to diagnostics, which I will take advantage of. I'm also going to chain it. Actually, I think it subscribes to that, so we're going to see some duplicated messages. Yeah. So which means I can actually move this one into the else down here so it's not duplicated. In other words, if we use TLS, the TLS layer, which is transport layer security, it's going to chain the underlying connections messages anyway, so we don't have to chain it. We only chain it if we're not using TLS. And it's a little chatty too. But we can see, this is where it gets interesting. Like if you want to know what's going on under the hood, there's a transport layer security handshake that happens. And then we're writing, basically there are challenges and responses at the security layer to do the encryption. And it's all transparent to the application. But if we turn on diagnostics, we see all that stuff under the hood that's being done. So every time a message is sent or received, we're seeing the underlying mechanics. And that's interesting if you're debugging. And if we're not debugging, I don't care so much. So I set the threshold a little bit higher so we don't see all that. For diagnostics, I'd like to set it at a level where I see what's going on and a normal case, and if there's an abnormal case, I'll see a warning or an error, and then I can adjust these thresholds down if I need more information. Do I want to add any more diagnostics, or am I good? Actually, let's do this. Let's do the authentication layer too. But let me check this in so far. SMTP. We're using Git. Shouldn't everyone use Git? Oh, I was wondering if anyone's noticed, does the camera look better today? Because what I did over there, I set up a diffused light source. Another streamer was showing that, and it was a neat trick. So what he did was he took a just one of those cheap light bulbs that, you know, a lamp that you can clip to the end of the desk, and I just taped a piece of paper over it, and it's like diffused light, and so hopefully even when it gets dark around me, the camera filter won't have a problem. Okay, enjoy your breakfast, Adam. Thanks for stopping by. And once again, people, you should check out Adam's stream. You should really go to Adam's stream later. Check him out. We're trying to get him to partnered status this year. It looks better. Yeah, the problem I was having is I would get these blue sparklies that appear over here if it got dark, but now with this diffused light source, it should be more consistent. Not being able to tell a difference when it's good is a good thing. It's when the lighting gets really bad. Actually, there's a little bit of filter stuff. Let me fix that. I get kind of picky about this stuff, if you haven't noticed. Tone down the filter a little bit. Yeah, there we go. All right. So we are adding diagnostics. And I think that's good enough. So client add basic diagnostics. So publish diagnostics on every line sent to or received from the SMTP server, and then chain through diagnostics from TLS and transport layers. All right. Yeah, I have to stay later too. I need to wait till it's dark. Actually, it's when it gets cloudy, where I have the most problems. I wanted to what did I want to do? I wanted to mention it. Adam made me think about mentioning it because sometimes he has camera issues with his green screen, and I thought maybe if he didn't do that, I would suggest that he try that, because I think it's a good thing. More consistent lighting is one thing you need to have, right? Change my to-do page to blue. Yeah, that's because you and or someone else didn't like it, right? So it is now green background. Yay. That's my Trello, by the way. That's where I keep my most fluid part of my to-do list. Okay, I wanted to put diagnostics into the authentication, right? Yeah, let's do that. Because when I'm looking at it at this level, it's base64 encoded, which is kind of annoying. I can't see what it actually sent. Right? Oh, you know, one thing I should do, when this is live, this will expose the password for everyone to see. So I should really be careful about always sending that, right? Yeah, let's have a little guard for that. I should do that now before I forget. This send message directly, right, is something that so it's really only we need to worry about it at this point. So what if we make this send message directly without logging? And we'll let the authentication layer do the logging itself if it wants. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll go to send message directly, and we'll make another one. Send message directly without logging. And basically a copy of this so far. Whoops, keyboard slip. Okay. I'm taking the documentation and I am pasting it here. I'm going to say, without processing it with any extensions and without logging, without publishing any diagnostic messages. Okay, and then we just basically do that part and we delegate this part to the other guy. There, I've broken the function into two pieces, and I'm going to call this if it comes from an extension, and we'll just let the extension deal with it. You never met someone who uses nim? Nim is on the list to look at, right? You wanted me to look at that at some point. I will. I hear your omega lol loud and clear. On the list of things to look at. Okay. Now it should not show the authentication. And it's failing. Why? Did I hack the password? I did. Now it's getting through. So we're just missing those lines. To add them back in, we'll let the authentication layer do that. But let me check in this so far. Get GUI. So we'll say client, do not publish diagnostics for extension messages. Well, let's say some extensions, such as auth, may send and receive. Oh, actually, do I have a protection against receiving? Actually, I think it's only sending, right? May send. Yeah, I think it's only sending. May send sensitive information. Hold on, let me check something. Okay, yeah, this is being sent to the extension. So we're seeing the server side, but not the client side. I think seeing the server side message during authentication is fine, because the server shouldn't be sending us anything that is sensitive. It sends the information to the server, which we should not publish blindly to the diagnostic log. Instead, delegate or rely on the extensions to publish these messages. To sanitize or screen and publish these messages. There we go. We'll say that. Oh, not from that window. I don't have my SSH agent set up there. Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same kind of thing, the same kind of change to add diagnostics to the extensions. Actually, specifically, it will be the auth system. So close all this stuff. Okay, where I added this subscription model for diagnostics, I'm going to add it to the auth now. And if you haven't noticed, I'm not bothering to make unit tests for this because I consider diagnostics as a debugging thing, so I don't really think debugging stuff is worthy of unit testing. Just my opinion. All right, client here, subscribe, copy to the other one. Right there. And then I need to have the sender also in here. And then he needs also, like this one does, it needs a constructor that sets the label used. This is the label that we use when we print diagnostic messages. All right, so now I will add when we're sending and receiving, and we have to be careful about the Oh, maybe we want to just subscribe to the selected mechanism when we do this. That would mean that the mechanism, SASL has to support it too. Yeah, let's add it to there too. Actually, maybe that's the only one we need to add it to. Let me think about this. I might have to add it to both. Does this deal with that message directly? Yes, it does. Yeah, so both levels have to have it. Okay. So both SMTP auth and SASL mechanism have to have a registration mechanism. So that's that. And that is that. And this is virtual. And there it's required. So that means I'm going to have a lot of places have to add that. That's fine. So these three implementations for starters. Override. And then I think I do repeat the default. I think that is the correct convention, right? And then paste there and paste down here. Okay, and then implementation. Subscribe, there we go. And copy. Go to login. Paste. Plain paste. Scram paste. Scram was so fun to do. Although it took me most of that day, right? And man, that proceed was a monster function. I'll need to go back and clean that up, because I like Scram. Oh, I should update these names here. Not Scream, Scram. Scram! Plain and login. Okay, and then the diagnostic sender, all of them need one. Okay, login. I'll put it first on all three of them. And Scram. Okay. Next, they all need a constructor. Okay, so this should be property. Whenever I have a mix of properties and methods, I like to have those little dividers. There's a constructor, and it's impl, right? And it is login. Same kind of deal on the other two. And this is plain. And last one is Scram, right? I also had the properties marker. I'm going to add that in the other two places. Okay. Now to actually print stuff. Let's start from the auth level. And we only need to worry about printing what we send. I guess we don't send anything directly, right? We run it through the mechanism. There's the initial response. Maybe this auth didn't need diagnostics. Oh no, let's do it for convenience to chain. Okay, so right. So what we'll do is okay, because we can select a new one at any time, we have the selected, and then let's also have the unsubscribed delegate for the selected one. So this guy. So this is selected mech diagnostics unsubscribe delegate. Wow, that's a long name. This is the function to call to unsubscribe from receiving diagnostic messages from the selected SASL mechanism. Okay, so when we select something, we will replace it. So before we clear it, we'll say if it's not equal to null pointer, let's call it. Okay. And we should probably do that when we're done too, right? Well, hold on, no. It could be repeated. This is fine. Isn't it easier to have a base class struct which has diagnostics and just extend it? Yeah, that's come up before. It's a good point. And I should probably do that. I'm gonna save your note as something that's important to do. I'll probably want to build that into this system abstractions. This diagnostic sender, like it has its own class. I should have a base class that you can inherit from that just has the diagnostic sender built into it. Sorry, I forgot to mute my phone. I got a text. All right. So then this, we will chain with our own diagnostics once we select something, right? Yeah. It's only if we get down to the end. So if selected mech is not null, then we're going to subscribe to it, right? Selected mech subscribe our diagnostic sender chain. Wow. Okay, let's break that up a little bit. Long names. Yeah, okay. And then the last step is SMTP. Well, we might as well chain everything through SMTP, right? So I guess for every registered extension, well, yeah. So on register, we'll just chain it. So extension implementation oh, wait a minute. That's a different class. Okay, forget it. I'm not going to do it there. I'll do it in Newman. Main.ex, main CPP it is. So when Newman makes SMTauth, we'll register there. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. This is buried inside of setup client. Oh, okay, fine. We'll just have to pass through the delegate. And that's here. So we can say auth, subscribe the delegate. We're good. And then just setup client needs to be given it. So let's break that up into lines. Diagnostics publisher. Okay, what'd I miss? Oh, probably the mock mechanisms don't have... Right, the mock mechanisms are missing that overload. What line are we on? Was that on? Client test CPP and auth. Okay. Client tests. I guess that would be common, right? Why not .c++ file extension? They're all acceptable, so you can either have .cxx. These are the ones I've seen. So you're saying C++. You could also have .cpp, or you can have .cc. I've seen that. Is there any more? Those are the ones I've seen that are used for C++. Yeah, so I picked this one. All the other three are perfectly fine too. Just matter of personal preference. Okay, where? Look, I have to look at that error message again because it's telling me where. Mock, actually, that's easy. I can just search for that. Mock SASL mechanism. There we go. So this thing needs to override that registration from mechanism. I still have that header open? I do. I just need some kind of mock mechanism. So this doesn't need to do anything. I know it has to return something, right? It has to return a delegate, so I return an empty delegate. That'll work. Okay, and then the last step I forgot is in the actual SASL mechanisms, I should log stuff. So login. So let's do I want to do it this way? And then here I'll just do impl diagnostics sender send send string level 0, and then we'll say I want it to kind of look like the other messages that we see here. So it used to be that it would just send C auth. Okay, so C auth. This is login, right? Login. Where's an example where we use login? I wouldn't see that here. I would see that in my logs. Here. Auth login. Did I not use it recently? Oh, here we go. Here's an example. So it's we just print C 33. Wait a minute. No, it's just C and then the username. Right? And then here we'll just say 7 stars, right? Or I should just keep it 3. That's what this mail server did to protect things. It would just say there. Actually, I don't like 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. I like 7. 7's a good number. And then I want one more. I want on the initial, where is it? Get initial response. I want to log as if it sent the message. Auth login with nothing else, because it's not going to return anything. And then we want a similar thing for the other 3. So plain, when we get the initial response, it'll be that plus, I guess we'll replicate this, right? I know what I'll do. I'll have 2 versions of this. Encoded credentials to send and encoded credentials to publish to diagnostics. This is the line to publish to publish to diagnostics when passing along the credentials to the server. So we'll just build both of them. So this is builder for sending a builder for diagnostics. Okay, and then this is that, and then let's we'll just do everything. Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing, but I got to individually search replace this, and then this is this is to send, and this is to publish. It's the other one. So I kind of want to do this, even though it violates my usual style, just because it looks better. It's easier to read. So the identity's fine. I don't want to actually print a null character, but we'll print like to make it look like a null character. And then the same thing here. And then instead of credentials, we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. And then this is to send. I don't expect it ever to get to that point, though. And this is plain. And it's this one. All right, and then scram. And not you guys. I'm not telling, no, don't go anywhere. I'm not telling you guys to scram. I'm talking about the stupid joke. Talking about the scram implementation here. Thanks for the follow, Death by Code. I feel like I'm slowly dying to code by inches too. All right, the initial response is what? What is the first message? It's just our nonce, so that's safe to send, right? So we can do, that's scram. Actually, we don't know which name we have, do we? Scram something, and then it's not going to be exactly what's sent over the wire, but it'll be close enough. So it'll be this. So that one's safe to send. Where do we actually send the other ones? Let's see. Oh, it's return. Proceed. Right. Okay, so returning the first message again? Am I going to get duplicate messages this way? What state do we start in? We do start in client not step. This might be a bug because it might be sending the nonce twice. Yeah. I don't know if I want to return that. I might have this wrong. Anyway, doesn't feel right, but I'll do this for now. This code might actually have a bug in it. I might have to come back and revisit this. Let me make a note for this. So revisit SASL. What class is this? SASL client scram. Proceed. To check if it's sending the first client message twice. Twice, not Twitch. Type Twitch so much, yeah. Anyway, so what do we return for the client challenge? If we're not faulting, we're returning something, right? Right, so it's a variant of this without the proof, right? It is C and then this without the proof. So P equals no, we don't want to leak the proof, right? So let's clean that up. There we go. And then, do we send anything here? No. Okay, I think I'm done. So let's try this out. All right. No, no, no. Others. Which shell am I doing things in? This one. Cool. So we're using plain authentication here, and we can see the message came from the SMTP plain, and it sent that. And we can see it didn't actually put null characters. It actually let us see that it looks like null. And then there's the password, safely hidden away. Now let me not use the plain. The easiest would be just to have the server say we don't want to use plain. So let's do that. Turn off plain, save, and then I try again. And it should use login. Here we go. Login. And then this is the encoding of username. Oh, we should I should handle that differently so we can actually see that. And then Alex is the username, and then it hides the password. Okay, let me show that. So for that, we want to log something different for 334s. That's in that's SMTP, this one. So that's here, right? Oh, wait a minute. Right, so I do want to delegate all. Okay, so moving up one level higher, or off to the side really, it's in SMTP. That part where it's always logging what comes in. I was doing it here, right? Yeah, I was doing it here. I think we only want to do that if there's no active extension. So if no active extension, then do it. So that should hide the 334s and all that by default. Let's see that. All right, so now we don't see the server end. Now I add it back in at the other level. So to do that, I have to send them from SMTP here. And if it is a... Right, if it's a 235, we'll print it as is. So it's just the... okay, it's giving it already parsed, so I have to reconstruct it. So let's use the formatted version. It's in impl. The formatted version, and then I can say, which one's the format string? The second one. So the format is, yeah, S, some number, I think. Did I use, what type did I use for code? Int. Okay, int. And then some character, and then some string, right? And then it's message.code, and message.last. If it's the last, it's a space, otherwise it's a hyphen. And then the message text C string. Okay. So that's if it is a 235. If it's a 334, we decode it first. And then, actually, this is telling the mechanism, that's a bug. It should be proceeding with the decoded message text, not the raw message text. Yeah, we should decode it here. Const auto decoded text is base64 decode message text. Because it's the decoded text I want to see here and here. How's the coding going? Pretty good. Almost done, actually. So we now see lots of nice diagnostics, and I'm not printing out passwords. And we are seeing the challenges from the server decoded, which is even better than what you typically see in one of these where it's encoded. So mine's better. Look at that. You can see it in plain text, and the password is correctly correctly hidden from us. And we can even see what level it is. It's Newman is doing the prep. SMTP does this part. The auth extension does that part. And it's delegating it to the log. Oh, we should have it say login here. No, this is what login is sending back. This is what the server is sending. I like this. I like it. Yeah, it's pretty verbose right now. So Newman can set the level to something higher than 0 and then suppress all of these if we want. So like all I need to do is change one number. If I go to my main and oh, I don't have this set up right. This is directly sending everything to the publisher. Oh, but okay, but it mostly goes through here, right? So if I set that level to 1, it should suppress most of that stuff. Okay, it suppressed all but the auth, so the auth has its own place done here. Here. So now it's not minus v, right? Now it's a lot less verbose. All right. I'm happy with that. Let me check this stuff in. Okay, so this is a client delegate some server message diagnostics to extensions. If a server message arrives while an extension is active, don't publish the message to diagnostics. Diagnostics. Instead, depend on the extension to publish it. That's because we might need to suppress sensitive information. SMTP auth is next. We're gonna go there. And here I added the entire authentication system in the first place. I mean the diagnostic message system in the first place. Right. And we're logging stuff. And we're decoding it first, which is why I delegated here in the first place. Oh, I should run all my tests. I might have broken something just now. Is it running them? I can't tell. Okay, well, it still all passes. How about SASL? Yeah, it all passes still. I didn't break anything. I don't think anything was actually using this. The one thing that would have broken is instead of message text, it's the decoded text. I don't think any of the mechanisms actually used that text in the first place, so it didn't matter. It doesn't matter. All right, so client add diagnostic message support for publishing. Publish subscribe. Pub sub mechanism. Or I'm not going to use the word mechanism. Let's just leave it at that. And SASL, I fixed that too. Right, there we go. We're adding all this stuff. Client, add, well, let's just say in general, add diagnostic message, publish, subscribe. And we'll have a note here. Be careful not to publish diagnostic messages containing credentials or other sensitive information. Anything that might be leaked. No leaks allowed. Everything checked in? Newman has changes. Okay. Oh yes, hook up all the diagnostics. Actually, this is hooking up diagnostics for the auth. What is the last commit? Oh, erase condition? So I was hooking up all the diagnostics here. Yeah. No. This is just the auth stuff. Right, this is just the auth stuff. Add, subscribe to SMTP auth diagnostics. All right. Yeah, no leaking passwords allowed. Not allowed. I don't want it to appear in a log and then show the log on stream and then now someone's password is leaked. I don't want that. So I don't want to leak passwords. I don't want to leak email addresses. Actually, that means I should probably suppress the 2 fields, right? Thanks for the follow, NTB34. If I'm debugging the email system, I do want to see the emails. And I would only debug on test accounts, right? So I probably don't need to suppress printing out the 2 address that I see here, right? That's the from. Where's the 2 show up? That's when I do the full. Yeah, the 2. And it shows up here as well. I don't think I'm going to worry about that. All right. I think I'm good for now. Added diagnostics. So expand on failure features to provide error messages. Do I need to do that? Because if there is an error, it shows up in the diagnostics. Maybe that's all I need. Let's make some errors. So some errors might be wrong port number. And when that happens, I just see error in connect. If it's the wrong host name, it will say can't determine the IP address. If it's the wrong password, I'll see that there's a problem right at that point. Oh, actually it didn't print that last message, did it? Ooh, that's a bug. The did I leave that out by mistake? I might have left that out by mistake. Oh yeah, I did. Look at that. So we should print that. Down here. It's not right. It's not. Yeah, I forgot that. It's a special case. There we go. Authentication failed. So if I see that in the diagnostic messages, okay, I won't see it at first because it's level 0, but if I were to bump it up to warning, I would see it. Level warning. Now it's a level 5 message. So if I'm only seeing level 3 and above, it'll say preparing to send email, and the next message I'll see is authentication failed. And then I think that's okay. So I think I'm clear. I don't have to do anything special. This is in SMTP auth, right? Right. So client publish diagnostic message on auth failure. So by the way, if you didn't see it earlier, all the stuff I'm doing today is open source. So MIT license. Because it's all reusable components that I feel that I'm not doing anything unique. Many people have already implemented this, so it's just my way of implementing it, and so there's nothing really proprietary about it. Okay. Fix double-angled brackets in email addresses. That was one thing I noticed that was kind of annoying me. I have that twice. Let's see that again. Fix the password. It's in the receipt to and the mail from. We're doubling them. So that would be, if I search for that, that's this pattern, right? Yeah. If I were to just, well, there's tests that check this, right? Where would that be? Client tests? Let me just search for mail from. Right. Yeah, I think the problem is the angle brackets should technically be there. Right? I was reading about this the other day, that in the actual email, you're supposed to put the angle brackets in there. And then when they come out the other end of the system, they are removed. Well, they're annotated. If I were to open the raw message, I think there are always angled brackets around emails, right? I could be wrong. But anyone who wants to check, just check your own email, look at the message source. The to and the from should have angled brackets in them. There might be, there's extra stuff you can have around it, but the way I'm going to use this, I'm not going to care. Let me delete all these. I'm not going to care, so I think I'm just going to put them in, and then the test should all put them in. So this should put them in all 3 places here. And then end them there. Actually, I guess if I search for that, I'll find them all, right? Oh, yeah, that's the other end of the email system. Make sure they all have the brackets. Aha. By the way, have you heard of foo.exe? That was a great game. Little inside jokes I like to put in. Because I can. Alright, this should be bracketed. You can wake up chat that way, right? Anyone from Adam's channel suddenly alerted to the joke? Angled bracket there and there. There's also some kind of line UTF. Yeah, you can put, there's a bunch of stuff you could put in there. So I looked into it, and there's a bunch of extra work I have to do to properly parse email addresses to just get this part, because you could have an angle bracket inside a quoted string. So I'm like, I won't even go there right now. I'll just put it on my list of things to do at some point. Because the way I'm going to use my own client, SMTP client, I'm not going to bother with those things. Although I do need to get this reduced form from whatever people type in as their email address. I still need to fix that problem. Here's another one. Yes, the legendary foo.exe. What were you thinking? Have you played that game? That game was fun. Wasn't it? It hit all the places. Okay, well, let's verify that they all fail now. It wasn't these two. Those two should not have broken, but this will break. A lot of things broke, and then we fix it by going to that find again and fixing the template. Mail from here. So we just remove those. And then I need receipt 2 also. Recipient 2. Change that pattern. Because that's supposed to be in the string. Hey there, Blueberry King. Have you heard of the game foo.exe? Now if anyone ever searches my code for foo.exe, they'll see it embedded in there as a unit test. So much fun. Actually, it's in 2 places. Look at that. Alright, we built and run the tests again, and they pass, right? Okay, cool. So now when I run Newman one last time, it only has one set of brackets, angled brackets, and should still be received correctly, right? Yep. Sounds good to me. Time to check it in. It wasn't this project. It was one up. And down to remove angled brackets. Expect them, require them to be in the headers. Right, okay. Require to from headers to have angle brackets around email. This is not the summary. Email addresses. Do not add angle brackets when forming mail or receipt commands. Okay, so fix angle bracket issues. There we go. You clipped it for EJ? That's great. I hope you used the correct emotes in the summary of the clip. I'll have to check to make sure. Make sure you use both of them. Right? There's the left one, and then there's the right one. Like that. Okay, I think I'm done coding. Thanks for the follow. McCannon? Thanks for the follow. So, I think I'm happy with the libraries I have for sending email. It took me 4 days, which means I don't need to work on it tomorrow. I can pick something else. Actually, what I'll probably do is take all the stuff that I wrote, which can send email, like this, and I'll build it into my game server so that when you actually click send me a parser reset token, it'll actually go and do it, which is the whole point of all of this. Oh, you didn't use those? Oh well, that's okay. If he looks at the clip and then continues watching from that point, he'll see that in chat. Okay, so that was fun. If you wanted to see this whole process of writing an email from scratch, it was the last 4 VOD. The last 3 VODs and today. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. Well, I do sort of have a hint. I'll probably want, like I said a minute ago, to take this stuff and integrate it into the game server. But I don't know if that'll take all day. So I'll maybe have to come up with some other things to do. So I hope you enjoyed today. I'm going to wrap things up, go eat something. And I'm going to go see if we can raid someone. Then I can go eat. I can go eat, take a break. And I'm not going to do a 6-hour stream today. The last 2 days were 6-hour streams. It kind of drained me. Yeah, take care, everybody. Let's see. Who do we want to see? Oh, we have Oh Bother is perhaps someone we could raid. Yeah, sorry, Nui. I'm just not ready for that 24-hour coding stream yet. I'll get there someday. I'm just checking to see if there's anyone else I might want to raid. Oh Bother is always fun. Let me click that link and make sure he's not ending his stream. Oh, this is why I check. He just ended his stream. Good thing that I checked, huh? Okay, who else? Yeah, I usually end for... Well, I'm supposed to end 45 minutes ago, although we're off by an hour because daylight savings time changed for me and not for a lot of the rest of the world. Gosh, I'm undecided. Ooh, to raid. We can raid someone who is working on art. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, let's go raid Auroral Games. So she's working on level design in Unreal Engine, and she does a lot of the artwork, a lot of the props in the games she's working on with in her small team. I can't raid myself. No, that would be weird. We're gonna raid Auroral Games, so I'll take you to Auroral Games in a moment. Before that, I just want to wish you guys all a happy rest of your day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Again, I should be here around 10 a.m. Pacific Daylight Time, so that's UTC -7, and I'll try to stream at least 4 hours. And recently I've been going over, which is fine, but nowhere near 24 hours yet. All right, I'm going to set this thing up. Okay. This will be different. This will be more art, more level design, Unreal Engine. Enjoy. I'll see you guys later. Bye. Bye.